We're good? Thank you. Thank you so very much. It's going to be a pretty quick one. We're going to have one action. Yes, Madam Clerk, we're about to start our City of North Miami Beach workshop for our budget. Can you please do the roll call, please, for Wednesday, August 6th? And we're starting at 5:15, 16. So why is it going up like that?
519.
5:19, sorry. 5:19.
Commissioner Florimon.
Here.
Commissioner Jean.
Here.
Commissioner Smith.
Present.
Commissioner Smuckler.
Present.
Commissioner Sue.
Here.
Vice Mayor Chernoff.
Here.
Mayor Michael Joseph.
I am here.
Thank you.
Next item is Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right.
Play ball.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
may I just before you start, may I explain to the public that the electricity was out in the building and there could have been no recording and no visuals for you at home. So that's why we were delayed. Otherwise, we would have been on time at 5 o'clock.
Thank
you for your patience.
Thank you, Commissioner Smith. Now we go to our only presentation / discussion item is our fiscal 2026 budget workshop.
I'll take it from here, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead,
If you don't mind.
City Manager Plotkin.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Vice Mayor, staff. Thank you all, and members of the community who are here and are watching at home. I want to thank you and welcome you to our first budget workshop for FY26. Before we get started, I want to thank the team, the staff, all the departments working hard. This is not an easy process. It's a long process. It starts way before today. And I want to thank the team for working hard, working through efficiencies, looking how we can get better, how we can rework some of what we already budget to make more sense, to do more things with the monies that we have. So I know it's a long process. I want to thank each and every department, all staff for this work. Now it's not over. This is just the beginning as we work to secure our FY26 budget. Having said that, thanking all the staff, we're working through your visions to push the city forward. So we're going to start with a overall budget overview from our Deputy and Chief Financial Officer, and then followed by some department presentations for the first one, and then we'll pick up at the next budget workshop with other presentations. Having said that, I'll turn it over to Tariq.
One second.
Yes, sir.
On behalf of all of us up here, we feel the same that the manager just said. So thank you all for all that you put into it. Go ahead, Tariq.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, thank you for having us today. We have a lot of material to talk about. So as the City Manager mentioned, I will go first to talk about the big picture in terms of the City of North Miami Beach. Then we will dig into the details with the department. I also want to thank you all. This is the moment where I feel I'm in NMB. And when you get to talk about the financials and the budget, that's officially walking through the numbers with you and getting to a path that will be an adopted budget that will be in line with the commissioners and the mayor's vision. With that said, I think I'm going to first give you some handout that will help you also follow the presentation. If something looks small or anything, you will be able to go through that folder. Bernice and Denise can help me pass out those reports. What you will receive is basically all the materials we're planning to go through with you today, including the memo, the agenda, the finance presentation, the police department, public works, etc. So I'll give Bernice a moment to provide you that information.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bernice. The memo I shared through the city manager to the mayor and the commissioners is really an overlook, a macroscopic economic look of what really impact us. My experience as an economist is always through the 2007-2008 recession, as well as the COVID pandemic. We all realize that cities are not immune to what happens to the economy. So most of the information I provided you, it's 3 levels. At the United States level, at the federal level, there are certain indicators. There are many economic indicators that plays on a monthly basis that can shake either the financial market, the monetary market, or as well as the government policies. The 4 elements we always watch is the GDP, which shows the growth of the economy nationwide. So far, from the data we show that there is a forecast that the GDP in terms of the United States will continue to grow, but at a slower rate. All these charts are small in the presentation, but the memo has a detailed, more clear element to those charts. The second element we always look is unemployment. At this point, the United States is at about 4% unemployment rate. It's probably the lowest in 50 years. The second and third, which also affect cities or municipalities, is the inflation as well as the interest rate. Those 2 are correlated. We know that the interest rate, there's no indication that it's going to be lowered down. And that has an impact on economic development in general. And the inflation factor now is about 2.6%. And based on the information we received, that the Federal Reserve will only start thinking about fiscal policy changes to the rate when the CPI is at 2%, hopefully next year. So we don't anticipate any changes in the interest rate. So that's at the U.S. level. In terms of Florida, I'm myself new to Florida. From my economic research, it shows that Florida as a state is in a really good standing in terms of other states. So unemployment is basically lower than at the nation level. So the nation is at 4%, Florida is below that. So our job market in the state of Florida is doing much better nationally and much better than other states. The population growth, it continues to be one of the most growing population-wise states in the United States. A lot of people want to come to Florida for a lot of reasons. It is indicated to be slowing down, but it is not slowing down at a rate that is, I would say, risky. There is a potential forecast that about 1 million people will come in to Florida by 2030. And that's an indication of growth and also an indication of attracting talent and attracting companies. The other 2 is the housing and real estate as well as GDP. GDP continues to grow as well as personal income. It is slowing down, but it's still one of the highest in the nation. Now what's happening in Miami-Dade County? Miami-Dade County also is leading the state itself in terms of economic indicators. Number 1 is the employment and business growth. You see the red chart, that's the national trend. The blue chart is the Florida trend, and you can see that the employment is a little bit higher than what it is now. Unemployment is the lowest in the state at 2.6% in Miami-Dade County. So all these, and there's other things in terms of project, there's more detailed in the memo what really makes Miami-Dade County as the leading county in Florida itself, which is basically the economic engine, probably one of the economic engines in the state. Now, North Miami Beach, all of these factors that I mentioned has a direct and indirect relationship to what things go in terms of North Miami Beach. The number 1 factor I was able to find is the unemployment. Unemployment rate in North Miami Beach, that's from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, is about 2%. It is really one of the lowest in terms of cities. Other indicators that I think are positive for the city of North Miami Beach is also the taxable property value. It's not increasing at the highest level like last year, but it's still showing growth in terms of value. The other 2 elements, which we're going to go through the presentation, is the revenue forecast in the general fund as well as the general fund surplus. Both, in my opinion, are also positive indicators. I think we all went through the process in July of adopting the millage rate. As you can see here, we are at 6.1 millage. We are still lower than cities like North Miami, Golden Beach, as well as Miami Gardens. In terms of revenue, we forecast at that rate of 6.1. The revenue forecast for property tax is about 24.2. Again, all these slides are in your report if you have any difficulties seeing them. The millage, quickly to go through it, it is still flat in the last 3 years, since 2003. 2023, it's steadily going down. I want to also thank my colleague Adam. I think we worked with him a little bit to do some GIS analysis to show the property value in North Miami Beach by zone. Some of these numbers are not visible through the screen, but in your slide you will see that the value of property, it's still strong, but it differs from one area to another in North Miami Beach. Now, we are in August 6th. I believe we've done the budget workshop as a first step to the budget process, but there has been a lot of work behind the scene, multiple meetings with the department. We went through many audits in terms of financial truing up the numbers in personnel, non-personnel positions. Some departments have gone through some reorganization of their department, which has an effect in the personnel budget. But I want to thank my team, honestly, Seth and Sharon. I don't know if she's with us here. They really did a great job kind of keeping the momentum and keeping an eye on the precision as much as we can in terms of the budget. So now, the first thing any municipality does is to know what is our resources for the next fiscal year. What's the money that is available for the city to allocate? There are two sides to this equation. Number one is unrestricted reserve. This is after you close the book in 2024, and we're going to go to more details. Our audit is showing that the city started the year with about $18.5 million unrestricted reserve. This is money that is not assigned to any project or to anything in particular. So this is a one-time money. We don't expect this amount to be the same next year, depending on how we're going to allocate it, but this is also available for allocation. Our forecast in terms of a revenue in the general fund, as of today, is about $75.4 million. The two equate to 93.9 total resources available for the mayor and the city commission to allocate as they see fit. Again, the $18.5 million does not it exclude the 20% restricted amount that we will have to contain in our reserve. So this is more detailed view of the city's general fund reserve. We have a $54.3 million in reserve. Only 18 of it is unrestricted. We can call it a surplus. Other amount of money, like the 20% restricted for the economic uncertainties and other items. Now, the general fund is a $75.4 million. The main source of revenue for the city is the property tax and other things, as you see here, like the water surcharge, which we're going to go to next. This is the NMB water surcharge by county and by city. Excuse me, it's about $10 million, and this is money that goes to the city's general fund currently. The chart we have here is a historical look at the difference between budgeted revenue and actual revenue. And as you can see, our projections and our budget is always conservative, which means that we collect more than we will project. There is a distance that you can see between budgeted and actuals. On the other side, this is a comparison between revenue and expenditures. Have we ever had a structurally balanced budget? Structurally balanced budget is when revenue is equal to expenditures, and that's only in fiscal year 2024. However, in July 15 commission meeting, we presented that it wasn't entirely the story, because in September of 2023, there was an amendment of about $2.3 million that was needed to make the budget balance at the end of the year. So the revised budget is actually higher than the revenue. So we continue to see a gap between the city's revenues and expenditures. This is a comparison of the general fund department between the 2025 original adopted budget and proposed. You can see the percentage and by how much going up. You have the law enforcement, city manager, etc. We're going to go into the details about what drove the cost of the budget for each department as the department heads start presenting. So now, as of today, our proposed budget shows an $82.8 million with a revenue forecast of $74.4 million. So we have a shortfall of $7.4 million currently, and that can be bridged by the surplus we have. So this is another look at the expenditures in orange, revenues in green, and that what you see in light blue is the delta. So using the $18.5 million at $7.4 million to bridge the gap, it will bring the surplus, remaining surplus, to $11.1 million. This is a look at the general fund expenditures by department.
Give me 1 second.
Yes.
So on that one where you said you're going to take $7 million from 7.4 from the reserve, right?
Correct.
And that's what you're suggesting?
That's what I'm suggesting here. There is
Balance the budget today.
the proposed budget. Before we go, there are some other slides that I'm going to share with the commission on the things we can do to decrease the $7.4 million. But now our projected expenditures are $7.4 million higher than the revenues. The general fund expenditures, again, the main driving is 61% of our budget is salary and benefit. 61.1% of the $82.8 million is personnel. And here you can see the salary and benefit changes between departments. Again, salaries include medical benefits, include pension, include retirement. It also include certain things such as overtime in certain department. So that's the total is $55.2 million. Now, why the personnel budget is going up? It's very simple. It's growth in FTEs. Currently, the city has seen the growth. I can't see the number. 506 FTEs. That's the increase between 2024 and 2025. I personally have done, I think we will be proposing a budget policy. I think in terms of budget increases in terms of FTEs, my recommendation is any new positions will come to the commission first for approval before it's added. For example, transferring non-personnel budget to create a new position. I'm recommending that also has to be approved by the city commission. That way, the commission has visibility and has the governance of authorizing and knowing what that increase is. Also, the proposed budget policy is necessary for my assessment of dealing with the audit annually. It will help us certain policies in the resolution to catch up, to not delay the annual audit and have it on time. So this is something through the city manager we will be working on to hopefully bring it back to the city commission. Because, like I said, 61% of our budget is personnel. We have, in my opinion, put certain things that can help us maintain that growth.
Wait 1 second.
Yes.
I didn't know we were in control of when we got audits or not. Wasn't that just part of the financial department?
Say that again, Vice Mayor?
I thought that the part about audits didn't come from this level. It came
Correct.
From
No, you're absolutely correct. The commission and mayor doesn't have, it's basically how the departments, especially finance and others, are well prepared to put all the items needed to complete the audit on time. I'm hoping that this policy will put that sense of urgency and the necessary steps that we know exactly what we need to do as soon as we close the fiscal year at the end of September, and we have the audit ready in June. So that was and I'm sorry if that was confusing, but that was the purpose of the policy. Now, we spoke about the $7.4 million gap in our budget, and we noticed what we can control, what we cannot control. Our budget currently is 100% allocated to personnel. Now, this table provides a visibility about the vacancy by department. And as you know, like any other municipality, you will always have vacancies in departments. It's hard to say any organization will have a 0% vacancy. Therefore, because the analysis showed that we are at minimum at 13% vacancy year over year, we may apply a vacancy rate, certain vacancy rate adjustment to our personnel budget to reduce it. So these are scenarios: 2%, 3%, 4%. Of course, we're not going to apply vacancy rate saving to a department that is fully staffed. We're only going to apply it to the department that have vacant position. And now the vacancy rate, applying it, instead of holding all the budget in the personnel budget, we're able to reduce that. Those amounts we have, I'm proposing a 4% vacancy rate, which is $2.2 million. That will bring our our deficit to 5.2 instead of 7.4. There are other things we can do to reduce the deficit, but the vacancy rate will be step one, an easy step one. We're not freezing hiring. We're not doing any of that. We're just trying to true up the personnel budget. With that said, the chart will be different now. As you can see, the general fund expenditures is 82.9 million. The revenues is 75. Now the budget gap is 5.2, which will give the city, the mayor and the commission, a remaining $3.3 million surplus that can be allocated somewhere else, a one-time money for certain projects. That concludes my presentation.
Question.
Commissioner Flourmont?
Thank you. So that additional, you said 3.3 million? What was the number? Or 2.3 million?
2.2.
2.2 million? You said that could be allocated anywhere?
The $2.2 million is an adjustment to reduce the personnel
Saving
cost.
money.
Right.
So the personnel cost, if it's 52.5, it will be 52.5 minus 2.2 million.
But the last statement that you made about allocating certain funds anywhere, can you repeat that again?
Okay. So do you want to?
Right.
So I'm sorry if I confused the commissioner. So $18.5 million is a surplus.
Correct.
Applying the vacancy rate will shrink our projected deficit from 7.4
Right.
to 5.2.
Correct.
How do we pay for the 5.2? It's from the $8.5 million we have in surplus. The remaining from that will continue to give the city $13.3 million and unrestricted funding.
Okay. I heard you incorrectly. Thank you so much. I appreciate
I'm
it.
sorry about that. Thank you.
Commissioner Smith?
Thank you so much. I have a few questions. Number one, we really have to concentrate on economics because 28 million visitors are coming and $22 billion is spent by those visitors. North Miami Beach has to get our share of that.
Correct.
And we can't get that share unless we increase economic development spending and making sure that North Miami Beach attracts them to be a part of that spending. There was a 210% increase in management. How did that come about? And now you're asking perhaps for one more employee in management?
Let's go back to you're talking the FTE table. Let's look
Right.
at that. When this table doesn't show.
Go to the
more?
that had the percentage of pluses and minus on employment.
Okay. This one?
That one, 210.5% on manager, city manager and communications. City manager and communication is 210%.
I can speak to that. I think the difference between this year's budget and the proposed budget in city manager's office and the personnel is I think there were 2 positions created in communication. You want Seth? Go ahead, Seth.
Also has the 300,000 for the centennial.
Yes. So 2 things, but this is only personnel though. We're talking only personnel. So this table only shows the personnel changes. Why the increase? I believe, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, that there were added 2 positions to communication department. Go ahead, if I'm.
Yeah, if you recall, we during the year, the previous administration, and I believe through direction from the council, we modified the communications budget for professional services, and we added 2 in-house positions for communication. So when we started the budget last year, we didn't have an additional 2 house communication employees. We were using professional service outside contractors, vendors.
So
That's true.
here's my concern. Has a study been done from department when you said that departments that do not have a vacancy, has a study been done that that department maybe had 1 person too many that could be moved? Because what I see from the circle, 61% or 67% on employment, and I also see as a commissioner that things aren't getting done. So those things don't, 61% goes to employment, and the city still needs a total cleaning up.
Take that.
So it just doesn't add up. It doesn't add up. One of the things I want to make sure we bring back, it wasn't my initiative, but I'm 1,000% that money that's moved from one department to another department can't be done without approval from the commission if it's more than $50,000. So that hasn't been brought back, and I think that needs to be brought back on September 6th. But I'm concerned the money that we spend for employees isn't my problem. What's my problem is that we need more employees, we're deficit of employees, and we don't see the results of good use of the money for the employees, for everybody. If they're short in a department, whether it's code enforcement, I mean, I just heard yesterday from somebody that was extremely upset because code enforcement hasn't been around to take care of an issue they have on their block. Well, if we don't have enough people in code enforcement, how could they come? Then I sat in the water department, and I was hearing about people coming around to check whether or not a water meter is broken. We only have 2 people for the 185,000 people that use our water. So something is amiss with the employees versus the work, whether it's department, something is definitely amiss, because every department seems to be short of employees to get the work done. But yet our budget doesn't let us hire a lot more employees. It just isn't there. The money's not there. So we somehow need to have an internal study on each department, who needs what and who has too many, so that we can see accomplishments with the employees that are working very hard, but themselves don't get to accomplish anything because they don't have what they need. That's what concerns me looking at the budget that you presented so far.
Commissioner Smith, through the city manager, I think absolutely. I think there was a slide there where we had the proposed policy. I myself, I think working through Commissioner Jean and Commissioner Sue, we discussed this gap in terms of policy. How do positions get adopted when you add? My own experience, especially in any city, in any government entity you work with, 60 to 70% is always salary and benefit. This is a standard. Government work through staff. So the 70 to 60% is not unusual.
No, I'm
How-
not concerned with how much
yeah.
it is. I'm concerned with that each department with it being where it is, does not have enough staff. Something is askew. And I'm more concerned with the departments that have enough staff that our city doesn't show an upgrade month after month, year after year. That's the concerning point. That's a little bit, why I
have one
want the
more thing
budget
to
to
add.
work a little better, whether the staff doesn't have enough, each person that works maybe should have a different scale so that they get more, and then the accomplishments are made. I don't know what the problem is. I know one thing, that we're short in almost every department. And we're in a deficit. Hello? That's what I'm concerned about.
And Commissioner, I totally 100% agree with you. Me personally, as the Chief Financial Officer of the city, adding position, reclassifying position, the bigger thing is reorganization of a department. Like if you have a new vision as a director or an executive, a city manager, you want to reshuffle how the department is and how the department will be. All of that, we're hoping it's going to come to the commission for approval first before we march to it. And that's what the policy will do. So now the chart that I shared with you, which shows the growth in FTEs, we want to make sure before there is growth in FTEs, which is the full-time position, will come to the commission to know, do we add this or not? This is the job description. This is the reorg. And I think that policy will have the commission visibility as well as the direction, if that's the way to go or not. Currently, we don't have that policy.
So I love the grocery store. I'm in the grocery store all the time. I love the grocery store. And I am not a fool to not understand how what used to cost $3 now costs me $9. I understand it. I think it was Commissioner Sue that pointed out that 10 years ago, we had 230 employees, and 10 years later, we have 450 employees. And 10 years ago, people were proud of the way the city looked. And I knew before I came here that this was going to be a thorn in my side, because that's what we get when it's public comment, is how proud they used to be to live here. And that's what I want the budget to reflect. I want the budget to reflect how we are going to turn that around and bring back a beautiful city again. And if we're short of employees and we're in a deficit, you have to show me how we're going to do that. That's what I'm looking for.
Thank you, Commissioner. We hear you.
Vice Mayor, I know Commissioner Florimon was in line, but I wanted to kind of piggyback on what Commissioner Smith is saying. So when you show us the departments, we're not necessarily seeing a flow chart of the positions within each department, right? But also I know a greater concern is that we're not competitive as it relates to salary. So even though we do have a higher portion of our funds go into operations, a lot of our, from the lower level all the way to the top, we're not competitive enough. So that's another issue. So to her point, if we're really going to analyze the budget, we need to see what positions are open. And then the greater conversation is pay scales and how do we increase those margins so that there's not a compression for people who've been here so many years, but then are not necessarily getting paid to the market value. So I think those are also the conversations that we need to see, because when you show us the budget, we don't see the positions. So we're not HR or the department heads who are looking to see, okay, we need 3 more code enforcement here. We need, we don't have that purview. However, if you're bringing us a budget without actually lining out, we have it in the bigger book, but we're not really seeing what positions are in quote unquote this line item, and then are we competitive?
What needs to be done? Do we need to pay more to do it, to do the job? I'm really concerned, and I know you have presentations. I don't want to take it away from you, Mr. Manager. I appreciate you, but we only get 2 opportunities to tell the public what we're thinking here with this budget. And the budget did start, thank you all to staff, a long time ago. The minute we passed the budget in October 1st, it starts again. But at the same time, at this first meeting, we need to have what's the goal of this budget? What's the goal of our money? And the goal is, in my mind, what were the three things that you had as a priority? So my mind is to clean up the city. Let the people see and be proud of riding down their street, living on their block with a beautiful city. And it's possible because we had it. But here's the thing. I asked the public what would they like. And many of them said, I'd like the millage reduced. So you're going to lower the millage, have less revenue, and yet need more. So I don't know where we're going askew, but we really are not handling this the way it needs to be handled. I have a new scale personally. This commissioner has a new scale. I look at things now and say, is that the way Bal Harbor would do it? Is that the way Sunny Isles would do it? Is that the way Aventura would do it? And if the answer is no, then we can do it better too. And we have to do it better. So in the budget, when you're telling me deficit, I need the staff and you to figure out how we can get accomplished what we need to get accomplished under the money we have coming in and the staff that's necessary to make it work. That's what I need in the budget. And then, Mr. Mayor, I'll vote yes.
That would be no, you voted last year. You voted last year for the budget. I did. That was the first time in a long time. Oh, I thought she did. I remember that. I was very surprised because you have a very.
Well, now it really has to make sense. I apologize for taking up the time, but I will tell you this complaint has been coming before us for the last year. And you can see it yourself if you live here, if you live on my block. If you looked at what's going on in my neighborhood on their chat, how unhappy they are, how disappointed they are, and how they are resentful. And it's every department, every part of the city. It's not just them, whether it's Ulita, whether it's Pickwick, so we need to correct that in this budget. That has to be the goal without having a deficit.
I'll say one thing, Commissioner Smith, because I know you have your scale, and I respect that. But one thing I want to say is this. Not to say that people don't look to certain areas like Bal Harbor or Aventura, but I think people want to just have a more conducive and be proud of where they live. North Miami Beach is, I'm not looking to be like somebody else. I understand the standard. I understand they have a high standard, or I wouldn't say they have a high standard. They have their standard.
Well, not to dirty laundry, but when you go and you see that a sink isn't working in a bathroom and it hasn't worked for 2 weeks in North Miami Beach, and it has a black garbage bag over it, and it happens to be a disability bathroom in our city, that's not acceptable. And I don't know another city, North Miami, Miami Gardens, I don't know another city that would have that.
No, I'm not saying that. All I'm saying.
And that's where I come from. I come from a simple thing of a sink. From a simple thing like that, there has to be correction in the budget that maintains a beautiful city for the tax dollars that are spent. And what does the public want besides a beautiful city? To lower their tax dollar. So that's what I'm looking for.
That being said, you finished your presentation. Who's up next?
If you have any questions.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. It was just Commissioner Smith. Wow. Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Foreman.
All righty. Thank you so much. So to the points that Commissioner Smith and Commissioner Jean made, I'm just looking at this year after year after year, and what I'm seeing is the staff has enough on their plate to keep the doors open, basically, is what I'm seeing. That in and of itself is a task that is that's not simple and it's not easy. So whether it's the sink that's not working or it's a pothole, that's just keeping the doors open. And so we provide the services. We make sure that things are operating as best as we can. But what we're doing is we're asking also the same folks who are trying to keep everything moving to also bring us into the future. So it might sound philosophical, but I think that's just the reality. We're asking people who are day to day making sure that, you know, we keep things going to also take us into the future. I think this budget, since we haven't voted on it yet, can speak to the fact that we need people in addition to our staff that is going to focus on taking us into the future. So I don't know what those titles are. You know, I don't know who those folks are, but I know that perhaps in some organizations they have a particular team of people that just focus on how do we take this city or this organization, you know, to the next level, while making sure that there's quality assurance and things of that sort. So I don't know. Have you seen that? Have you seen those types of setups in, you know, organizations, and can you lend some thought to that? Because I think until we have that, we're burdening. Let's look at Public Works, for instance. I mean, how are you, with all that they have to do? You know, how do you put that on them to now take us into the future as it relates to, you know, the beautification, as it relates to infrastructure and those types of things. You can also look at, let's see here. I guess IT is always thinking about the future. They're kind of like always working in advance. But I guess that's the world they're in. But even when it comes to parks, so you have a parks master plan. I think we had our parks master plan. Was it 2016 that we came out with the parks master plan? What year was it?
It was adopted.
before.
It was adopted in 2016.
20. Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Are we following it? Have we been following it?
We follow the Parks Master Plan. We've completed some projects, but it's pay as you go. So we can't follow. You know, you have this Parks Master Plan for, you know, multi hundreds of millions of dollars.
Right.
Right. So we you know, so through the years, we accomplish bits and pieces of the master plan as budget allows.
Right. And so I think we got to do one of two things. Either we say, okay, you know what, we have X amount in reserves. We're going to pick particular projects and we're going to move forward with those. Right. And so, but we're still going to have a healthy amount of reserves. So at least people can see things are getting done. Or we're going to say, we need to go out and, you know, find different sources of funding to accomplish everything that we say we want to do. Because if you look at that 2016 Parks Master Plan, for instance, it's millions and millions and millions of dollars. But then you're using whatever you can get out of that year's budget, and then the seven of us here are driving around the city looking for those parks. It just doesn't make sense. You know what I mean? So it's either we decide, okay, we're gonna all champion a couple of projects a year, or I'll repeat it again. We're going to focus on a particular area, a particular zone. We're going to say Eastern Shores is that zone for fiscal year 25, 26. And we're going to go to Eastern Shores, make the assessment, and say, what do they need? Guard gate, entry sign, roadways, this and that, street signs, wayfinding, bus benches. What is it that they need? Once we make that determination, what have we done so far? How much more do we have, you know, till we get to completion? And then we focus there for 2025, 26. Not to say that we're not going to do anything else. That's not what I'm saying. But we focus on those improvements in that area for that year. Once that year comes to a close, your deliverable is everything that we said we would do. And everyone can look at that and say, hey, you did your job. But when you're doing a little bit here, a little bit there, no one's going to see it. And by the time you circle back around to do the second thing on that list in that particular neighborhood, the first thing that you did is already broken and ready to get repaired. So we have to adopt that kind of a method. And this has been years that we've been talking about this, but we just got to do it, or else we're going to continue to have this same conversation. So hopefully there's some things you can speak to about what I said, but Mr. Mayor?
No, I just want to preface, I mean, one thing I have noticed that each community, especially in our city, has its own very specific needs and how they, you know, point out their frustration of those needs not being met. Some people are very active on social media. Some people are active on, reaching out, making calls, and some people are active in just voting in general. What I want to make clear is that, yes, I understand there should be a focus to a degree, but I wouldn't specify, to me, my perspective, I wouldn't specify to a specific area, but to a specific initiative. Like, if we're going to work on our parks or we're going to work on this specific thing that's general throughout the entire community, let's do that. But when you start breaking it up, neighborhood to neighborhood, it becomes very adversarial, and I don't want to have that issue because I've seen that done before, and everybody has their own, and every neighborhood can have their own gripes, from not having a park in Eastern Shores to delays to Sky Lake. I don't want to have that, but what I'm saying is that
It's a thought. It's a thought.
No, it's a thought, but
it's about segmenting.
I understand your train of thought, but
yeah.
I think if you specify to a specific initiative or a specific thing that affects all areas, parks being an example, because not all parks are equal in the city. Like I go to Aqua Bowl, like trash. There's trash. There's pigeons and there's a lot of stuff. People really go out there. The people in Aqua Bowl area, Allen Park, they go there, and it's not always at the best. It's not upkept as well as, let's say, Allen Park in general. And whatever, but it is a beautiful area, but it's not upkept. But I think something like that, we can show those deliverables a lot easier because we can focus on parks, or we can focus on other programs that we haven't done as well from programming. But I wouldn't want to preface it to neighborhood to neighborhood.
So, Mr. Mayor, just to kind of piggyback off of what you're saying, it's I understand your concern, which is a very important concern, but it's about building segments and initiatives that we can hold each other accountable to, and the community itself knows that this is the direction that this budget is heading in for the year. No matter where you go, they're going to be able to say, look, okay, well, you know what? This is a parks-focused year. That's what we're going to focus on. Or this is a particular neighborhood year. Or this is look, if I'm in a particular neighborhood and I see what's happening in another one, and I know that maybe fiscal year 26, 27 is going to be our turn, I'm excited. I'm looking forward to it. Or if I know this year's parks, then I'm waiting until the park in my neighborhood gets done, right? And when it's done, we know it's something that we said we would do, and we delivered it. Oh no. So and another thing too, I think the budget, this is you're just the beginning. You're the introduction. Yes. So I know we have a lot more to go, but the budget needs to be a living document. It needs to be a living document, and that everything we do. I remember a couple of years ago I had asked for us to have a budget launch where all employees come together, all the staff and management launches the budget, and every employee knows what role they play in making sure that this budget comes alive, right? So that's another thought. But can you respond to what I said?
I appreciate it, Commissioner McKenzie. Yes, this problem is solvable. I think the first part is, like Commissioner Smith said, our ongoing revenues has to equal our ongoing operating expenditures. The moment, and you saw the chart, it's been always a gap. The other side of the story also, if that was the case, we just follow the logic of planning and execution, we wouldn't be having $18.5 million surplus. Because if I show you the other chart that shows the actual cost of maintaining the city of North Miami Beach operations versus the revenue, then it flips. There's a gap between the planning and the execution. I'll show you in a minute. So there is a chart that shows our budget. I don't know if I have that here. So this shows the gap. What we need is more than what we plan to collect. I don't know if I have that chart, actual budget revenue, but I apologize. I think I had it in the other presentation. The actual expenditures are lower than the actual revenue. So that in itself doesn't add up. What you planned is more than what you make, but once you close the books, you find out that you collected more than you planned. And that's what we said, there is a surplus. So this side of fiscal management has 6 major component, and I've myself done it through experience. The experience to it that there are certain things you have to do throughout the year to get you to the goal that Commissioner McKenzie said. We want to reach to a goal. So the goal has the side of the equation of the expense, but also has the side of the revenue side. We do spend a lot of time to see how much our personnel will cost, how much the contract we need to do X, Y, and Z. The revenue side presentation is always the source of revenue is ad valorem, like millage, X, Y, that's the bigger one. And I think staff have started doing the analysis needed in the revenue side, not only in terms of auditing, but there's also the other things that are not auditing the revenue that adds up to your revenue. Number one, economic development. So economic development and how the expansion happens in the city will, with the focus, will add up to a certain revenue stream to the city. Number three, or number four, the city provides services and provide permits and provide certain things. Rate analysis is also needed. It has to be done on time, on everything we do, whether it's permitting of public works or economic development or water. And those has to be done before the budget get adopted. So we understand if we adopt rate X or Y, whether increase or decrease, we know what that means. And also, if we don't raise if we don't adjust our rates, what is the subsidy? Because if you keep the cost of providing these permits at some level and your personnel is going up, because most of the work is done by personnel, so there is a gap between the revenue you're receiving based on those plans. So all of these are, and also the policy we mentioned about adding positions or reorganization of the department. In my opinion, my professional opinion, that should be always coming to the commission for review and approval before anything adds up or anything changes. So these are the things that I truly believe we can do in tandem, not one thing, all of these things. And we have to know how to measure them, and we have to stay on time on it to know that all these things has to happen in sequence. So next time we're doing the budget, we know the result of the policy on our budget. We've done certain things in the equation of fiscal management, not only in the expense side, but also in the revenue side. So I've done it. It takes a lot of work. I truly believe we will balance the budget. But it's not just one thing we need to do. There's a list of things in tandem that has to be done.
There's a lot of people here waiting to present, so we'll get to my other questions.
And also, we do have another budget workshop, and then we have the first and then the second meeting. So, Commissioner Smuckler. Sorry.
Right. So because we started like 20 minutes late, and because we started an hour ago, and because I see, how many presentations are we doing here tonight? Like 6, 8, 7. So I'm not going to ask any questions. I know your phone numbers. I can call you. Just want to make a comment that I believe the dates are wrong. I don't know if this goes online, but the public hearing dates are wrong in the book. And that's all I'm going to probably say for the rest of the night.
Thank you. And to Commissioner Smuckler, understand this is, hold on, please. I just want to preface, we do have several presentations. We are going to have another budget workshop coming up in the next 2 weeks.
26.
On the 26th. We have a first budget hearing, and then we have another budget hearing. So there will be plenty of opportunities. I know that, and and this is a fluid conversation we'll be having with each. But I understand. Look, police is here. There's a litany of other groups. Public Works is here. There's some questions I'd like to ask them if I can. If not, because of time, I can wait for the next budget hearing. I mean, budget workshop on the 26th. So I'm to Commissioner Smuckler's point. I'm going to keep my thoughts brief because this is just an opening for everyone to see where we are, and that this is a working thing. So Commissioner Jean.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to kind of piggyback on what Commissioner Florimon said. There was a resident that called about Eastern Shores, right? They had a litany of different issues that they wanted us to address, and I asked the administration if they can come up with an action plan so at least you can try to tackle certain things, right? It goes to the same area, because if you still have to have a holistic view of the entire city, but you still should know what the top what are the top concerns in each pocket of the city so that you can address those reflective of what the staff is doing. Again, one of the things I want to ask for is a list of consultants that we have in each department. If you can get a list of how much we spend in those areas, because a lot of that can go into our employees themselves. And I think if we don't have a clear snapshot of what that is, so that would also help us to gauge where we can empower the workforce. Because if we're constantly supplementing the workforce with consultants, then it doesn't really give us a true picture of the output that we really need.
Yep.
So that's one thing. And again, a flow chart of what the departments look like, who are in the departments. And we're going to hear from the departments, but I really want to know, what do they need urgently to kind of fulfill the top threes that we have as a commission? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I wanted to ask you really quickly about, first of all, like this 15% of transfers. Was it 15? 15.8% of transfers. Can you explain that real quick?
The transfers is, as you know, the general fund contributes to certain fund like the IT internal service fund. There's also that mechanism of how this fund pays the other ones for the services that they provide. I don't have the details there, but I can provide you the detail of the internal fund transfers and how they are done.
Okay. So again, thank you, Commissioner Smith, for bringing up the topic of the budget policy. I think it's dearly needed. So Commissioner Jean, whenever you're ready.
Oh, no, for the record, we're waiting on the attorney. He had to opine on some issues and updates, so we're waiting on him.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I hope the attorney is listening since he's not here today. I'd also want to echo something that the residents have been talking about, which is any of the new buildings that we're collecting taxes on. This is actually feeding into Commissioner Smith's intention. If we can keep the new buildings, 50% of those taxes to refund to the homesteaded. However that is going to look in terms of like how many years do you have to live here, if you are homesteaded, of course, right, like things like that. I think that might be something that we take into consideration. My other question to our interim city manager Plotkin is there looks to be a $400,000 increase in your budget. Can you explain that, please? I don't know. I didn't hear it.
Communications.
No, but that communications is a different line. Communications in itself is
And this is what you mentioned to me, right? The centennial?
no. Mayor and council
So-
is 914. City manager is 1.5 from last year, 1.18, and then city manager communications is 308. Last year was 99. So economic development is a $20,000 gain. So I'm just
Thank you, Commissioner Sue. The increase is due to two things. Now, one is the personnel increase, the two positions that were added this year
for communications.
for communication.
That's not what I'm asking about.
The second one is
We're
the
talking about,
centennial.
if you look at salary and benefits changes, next time you need to put a page number on these things so we can reference it.
Will do.
All right, so so there in the manager's position, in the city manager's position, the 2026 proposes I think you're in the wrong. It's called salary and benefit
Here?
change. Keep going.
No.
There you go. So line 2, second column. 300. You said 4. Well, I mean, it's close to 4, actually. It's 315, right? Okay. There you go, 320, thank you. They already, we can't read, but we can, and we can't do math either. You're right, good point. Either way, it's a 27% increase. I'd like to know what's going on in the city manager's office that is going to change drastically, because I would prefer if we put 323,000 on the streets to clean whatever it is that we need for the residents' convenience and a better quality of life.
Before you answer, Mr. Manager, through the mayor, just provide us an itemized of each department. I think that would help.
Sure, will do.
And wait, I'm not done, sorry. Thank you. All right.
You're the one.
Apart from the flow chart, which Commissioner Shaw mentioned, I think there should be a revision of the job description. It has to be a lot clearer, Mr. City Manager. Like you have to, if we're going to restructure this organization. Now, to reference what I mentioned before that Commissioner Smith likes to mention, I'm going to mention it again and I'm going to clarify. In 2013, we had 400 employees. Our budget was 110 million. In 2021, we had 550 employees with a budget of 167. In 2020, sorry, that was 2021. In 2023, we had 560 employees with a budget of 164. And now we have a budget of 212 with, I think, full-time employees is 505, and I'd have to ask our HR how many part-time employees we have, but I think it's almost 200
When you say, Commissioner Sue, when you say 212,
million.
but what does that consist of? You're adding the water plant in there?
Correct.
So, okay.
No, I mean, the city's budget is
No,
212, and then when we're,
but I just want to,
Okay,
I just
okay.
want you to break it down, because when you throw those numbers out, people can somewhat get confused. Like, when you take out the water plant, right? Because we had an expansion of water, a pretty big one. We were fortunate to bring it back, but a lot of things changed as a result of that. So when you would add those two numbers, you're like 2013, staffing wise, was very different because of how the water plant was set up than how when it
how
came
was
back.
it set up, Mr. Mayor?
No, I'm just saying, like, because you're saying you're trying to make a comparison how the staffing from the amount of money that's budgeted out. I just want you to understand, like, that the water plant is,
They were not our employees.
No, it was no.
I'm sorry, 2013, I think we had the water
I'm saying,
in-house, didn't we?
No, but we beefed up, to be quite frank. Like when Jacobs, there in that whole situation, we kind of beefed up, and we assumed a lot of people as well as a result of the beef up. So it wasn't we didn't get the same amount of employees that were taken away during that whole period or whatever. It's not like we got the same net in return. Like we got more people when we brought it back in.
Right, and also for the garbage.
And for the garbage and everything else. So, what I'm saying is that like,
I mean, the logic didn't make sense to me, but if you can clarify, I would
okay,
love to hear it.
you're saying you're trying to make a comparison between staffing and total, right? Are you talking about just the water plant, or are you talking about every employee that works for the city, inclusive of the water plant?
This report was actually made by the city manager's office back for the June commission meeting, number 15.5. This actually data was in that discussion item.
Is that here? Is it?
I don't know. I have it in front of me, but all I'm saying is that I don't know when that was included. Did that include our? Obviously in 2013 we did not have the water plant outsourced.
No,
it
we
was
didn't.
in-house.
No, it was. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that when we brought it back, like I'm saying, like I just want us to be like compare apples to apples. That's all I'm saying. Because I understand your train of thought saying, hey, we have less employees, but we're spending a lot more.
No, I mean the spending is inflationary.
I mean, because
Hang
there
on.
could be a lot of things.
Spending
tied
is
to it.
inflationary. The other point that we have to also be cognizant of is that the older our city gets, the more pensions we pay. Okay, so that is already a given. I understand that there is a natural growth and natural rise in these fixed costs, or so we call, right, which is pension. And the older the city is, like, the more we're going to pay, because we're going to have a lot of people retire and we're going to have to pay pension. But my point is hiring employees. Now, if whoever prepared that document might be able to tell me whether that 2013 number of 400 employees is including water or not.
And garbage.
And garbage.
And garbage.
So if you can.
Now, my assumption is yes, right? We did have that because there were probably a total of maybe like 20 some employees that were working in the solid waste, and we had our water department that was also, functioning pretty well.
Well,
Now,
Very well.
very well.
thank you. Yes. I mean, like, I wasn't around at that time, so.
Well,
But now that I'm seeing it, like, right now, I think it's doing pretty damn well, too. All right, so with that said,
No, finish your thought. I'm
was
sorry.
I going to
Commissioner
get
Sue.
censored? Okay, no. All right, so my point is to say that, yes, definitely, I think that the job description needs to be clear. An organization chart needs to be clear. Who's answering to who and what they are responsible for. And we need more details in terms of these skills, and they should meet those skills before getting hired. Because I can see that there's a lot of hiring that we don't have them fulfilling all the position or the description that they have because we don't have a job description.
Okay.
Commissioner, thank you. I'll work with HR and we'll do an audit of all the job descriptions.
I also like you to do an audit on the salaries too, because I believe that there are some very hardworking, well-qualified individuals that are in our city and are not paid at the level that they should be paid.
HR is reaching on there. They're looking to do a full
I
compensation.
thought we already had that already.
I don't think it was a full.
No, it wasn't. It was because of
fully
the. It was.
Just say it.
It was like a segment. It wasn't
Yeah.
fully like system wide.
So yes, HR is requesting and is actively looking to do a full compensation study that would address what you're
Thank
requesting.
you. So you will be giving me the number of this 323,000 on the
Yes.
side?
Yes, we will.
Okay, great. Thank you. I
And-
will bring that back up.
excuse me.
I have some more. I'm so sorry
wait,
to.
can I ask a question about this?
Sure thing,
To ask to you, you want a job description of every employee? I'm not
I don't
sure.
want it for myself. I mean, I think he should have it for himself to manage the city.
I mean, I will look into requests. We'll do an audit. I'm sure that most, I know Jacob had an emergency childcare issue, but I would imagine most positions require a job description and qualifications in order when it's posted. But having said that, we will do a full audit on every position to make sure that there is a job descriptions and qualification.
Like once in a while, I'll look at the city's website to see if there's any job openings just for the heck of it, and it has a job description.
Yes, and are we enforcing that?
I
hope so.
I would hope so.
No, I mean that's a question I'm asking him, right? So that's why I raised the question. Now, I have.
We would hire the best quality employee that we can for who's applying, et cetera. But
No, we would
yes.
love that. I think that if we do that, it will bring a lot of pride to our staff as well. That like, oh, you work for North Miami Beach, not like, oh, you work for North. You know what I mean? Like that's. So what I also want to mention is whatever Commissioner Florimon was mentioning just now about the projects, right? I think that this is where the CIP plan comes in. Because the CIP plan should encompass, like, whether it be water, public works, and, community development, including all the parks and things that we need. So that way, that money can roll over year after year in the budget, and we don't have to, sit here and talk about it again. Because again, I'm going to echo this with my colleagues, that I would love to have a workshop with you and hear your thoughts and learn about what you're thinking, and also share what I think. And
We're having this right now.
no, this is not the workshop for our comprehensive plan and our strategic planning. I think this is a workshop for the budget. So now, okay, does that make sense? Is that?
No, I'm just waiting. I know the vice mayors.
Yes, I know. I'm sorry, Jay. Okay, so I have audit. Vice Mayor Chernoff just said that the audit is at your discretion. So I'm asking again about the ARPA fund audit. I think we should also have an audit, like everywhere we could have an audit, we should have an audit, because right now, if we don't audit ourselves, the state is going to audit us. So we might as well deal with this stuff first before it actually gets out of hand and they come in and start doing things that we don't want them
Well,
to do.
to that point, as a mayor, I get a lot of these notifications ahead of time. You know, the governor and his Doge team has reached out to the county. I assume they're going to be reaching out to the municipalities. We have been very forward facing. I've seen the correspondence that they've initially tested certain aspects of our finances. We've been very responsive, very responsive, and don't forget we were audited just last year. So even those are being updated on a constant basis. We understand what the taxpayers are counting on, as well as the governor and his staff. But we are very cognizant of the current new normal that and expectations moving forward. But I see them, and I'm not saying that just because we're providing it now that we're not going to get the letter or whatever. But we have gotten letters, and it has been very fluid, to the credit of the staff, and responding very quickly. So go on, see if.
No, I just want to support what you said. I think you, Mr. Mayor, always get those letters.
Yep, we always
copied.
get them.
I think we responded with all the information they
Very
requested,
quickly,
and I shared that information with you.
Yes, please do.
So I did. I think
Okay,
you're all in
so
it.
from my understanding, an audit happens every year.
Yes.
Right.
No.
It does happen every year.
We had a very specific audit.
Oh, you mean the forensic one that we did for the P cards?
We did that. There was various aspects. Not even just that. It was our clerk was out. There was different departments audited. It wasn't just P cards.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is that the ongoing conversation in regards to Doge and everything else, to the credit of the staff, to the city manager and the staff, I've seen the correspondence. These guys, they send out the requests. We want to know this information within 20 to 48 hours.
Correct.
Boom. And because we understand what's going on and how quickly because we do not want things to metastasize, saying that we're not being communicative and we're not being on point, because that's what a lot of these audits are looking for some type of complacency, not willing to work, but our books are wide open. And I've seen
No,
it,
that's.
so.
I think that's wonderful.
And they come to you first.
Yeah, and the entire side. But I just want to. I know sometimes you guys don't see that because they're responding pretty quickly. But I've seen it, and I'm very proud of that, by the way. So.
Well, I know that. Okay, so we've done an audit on our books to present to the state, like we do that every year. I don't believe that we have an ARPA fund audit, because after we've received the money in 2021, have we had an audit since then?
We audited ourselves. I think
That doesn't count.
What?
No,
Well, why
if I
you
may.
audit yourself? It's just going
No,
over
if
the
I
numbers.
may.
What I'm saying is you need a third party to audit, and that's my request. Is that I have made this request several times about like an ARPA fund audit, like by a third party, and I would like, Mr. Manager, can you please take this on? Well, let's get it clear. How much money do we owe? Can we? Is there something we can do about that? There's no.
Wait, Lynn. When Tariq came in, Tariq gave us an audit of it where we found that there was a problem with. That's where it came up.
Yeah.
Was from the audit that he did of the ARPA funds.
And now that we're mitigating it, we're expecting to get that resolved, right?
Can I? So thank you, Commissioner Sue, Mayor, Vice Mayor. Correct. So the first thing we've done as a finance department through the city manager's office and former city manager is we looked at the ARPA fund, the good and the bad, meaning the deadlines by the Treasury, et cetera, and we flagged everything that needs to be corrected. We are now working on a corrective action.
Oh.
Because of the vacancies we have in finance through the city manager, we have an auditor in-house working with us to get our books together. And we may come to you.
The last
because
budget
it needs
last meeting we hired additional.
Correct.
For that.
Yes.
Please speak to that too.
We came in with a contract. We may need more resources because as we dig in more, we're going to show you that staff report probably in September and tell you why we need an upgrade or adjustment to the contract and what the auditors are doing. For us is to correct the problem. We found the problem. We were very transparent about it. Now we want to get to where we are in compliance with Treasury. That's our goal as a finance department, as a city manager's office.
Do you have any updated reports to send on that one?
I can share with you next budget workshop. I can tell you
Okay.
where we are.
Perfect. Free. One last thing. I want. Well, not one last. Okay, so the pension. Speaking of the pension, so I understand that there's like some different systems that the pension is being paid out by. Can you shed some light on that and like what's the plan for the city manager's office to do something about that?
Well, the pensions are run I want to preface this. We have an independent division that runs it. Correct me if I'm wrong.
The pension, if you may, I'm sorry, Commissioner, so if you can tell me the question again, so I'll make sure that I'm answering you correctly.
Okay, so there's two organizations administering our pension.
Yes.
So my question is, why two? And does this mean that like we have to pay a retainer for both companies instead of just paying one company for the retainer? Or how does that work? Or do they charge as a percentage of paying it out?
The city has multiple pensions. So there's one for police, for example, and there's one for staff and directors, etc. For the police, I think you will, my colleague, Deputy Chief Stewart, is going to come and talk about that, because that's also in itself is a fiscal, I would say, place where we really have to understand it. Is it fully funded or not? I'm going to cut to your question. So for the pension for the police, one of the increases in the budget, as you see, is we have not a fully funded pension. It's supposed to be at least at 70%. 70% is also low. So every year we have a report that we get from our investors that tell us to bring your pension to 70%. You need to pay $7 million, $9 million, etc. The other side, which what you mentioned, Commissioner Sue, is the city currently have two vendors, I believe, that manages the city's overall staff retirement, 401.
Yep.
I think I can mention their names. It's public record that we have those contracts. I believe it's nationwide, and it's also Mission Square. I've been looking at that with the help of my colleague Jacob, interim director of HR, and we are looking on whether two make sense or one makes sense. And all of it is going to come to the commission to decide whether what we need to do. Number three is the Mission Square and also a nationwide. We were trying to locate the agreement, and because we couldn't find it, there's a lot of turnover. It's nobody's fault, but the city attorney is working with staff to recreate those agreements. And we have to bring them to you anyway. And I'm hoping the next commission meeting, which is September 8th, you will see the memo, you'll see the two companies, you will see the costs, you'll see do we pay them the same cost or not, and then the staff will follow the mayor and the commission directives.
Could I just ask a question,
Yeah.
Commissioner Sue, through the mayor? Did you just say you can't find the agreement?
Yes, we couldn't.
So then could you call the company and ask them?
We did call them too. I did everything possible. I think we called them, we emailed them. I think themselves, they couldn't find because the.
So we have an agreement with no agreement. I'm just,
Wait, hang on.
Yeah.
I just want to understand.
No, I understand your standpoint. This is okay. We do have the pension representative here. I can see him. He's back there. And I don't want to misspeak to say that we're missing a public record. Okay, let's be clear.
I know that's why I ask. I want to be clear.
Let's be sensitive to that too, please. Let's be real sensitive to that. I understand you're looking for that.
The reason we were looking for the agreement because we needed an amendment to it. There's a 401 Roth amendment to one of the agreements. And that's the reason why we're coming back to amend the agreement.
Yeah.
Okay.
To add additional services.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Yes, we're working on that.
That's.
Thank
I
you.
just want to make that clear,
Yes.
so we can be on the same page. I understand your concern. I know that they're working on getting that document. I just don't want to say that this is not.
I'm sorry.
It's not available because I don't know how diligently they've searched. I don't know if this is commenced. It commenced last week or whatever. I just want to make sure.
We're still doing due diligence.
To get that information and not saying that because that's a very important document. Let's be clear. So I just don't want to misspeak. That's all. I understand your concern very much, Mr. Smith.
But I don't also want you to say something. I want to see it. If it's not there, then the public needs to know that too.
And we're making that request for that information right.
We're working on the due diligence, and we will, regardless, it'll be coming to you guys
September 8th.
in September.
Thank you.
Okay.
Commissioner Sue.
Thank you so much. I'm going to finish up. I know I really want to lay the grounds for the surcharge for the water plant in our next workshop, because I really do want to put this on the straight and narrow. Put our surcharge into the water plant for any CIP projects that need to be done. So whatever your plan is, I would love to see it. And any recommendations you'd like to make, that's also something that I want to see. Last but not least, so I'm just going to go back again to the 50% property tax that I want for the long-term residents who, from the new buildings that are complete. If you can bring that at some point in the next workshop, or, so on and so forth. Thank you so much.
Will the Commissioner. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Vice Mayor.
Good evening. All right. Two concerns. Number one, I would like to see a proposal for us reducing the tax a little. And again, I was on a commission that we did that for every year that we had it. And we were at 10% when I was there, almost 10%, and we got down to 6 or 7% every year. And I know it hurts, but we have a lot of stuff in there that shouldn't be in there, and we need to really sharpen the pencil and make sure. And again, I'm not criticizing or anything, but the bottom line is that I don't want to see us going into the reserves. And I understand you're using it to balance the budget, but that's the trouble we got in before. And that's why we had no reserves until Mario came and got us reserves and made sure that we had reserves. And that's why we have a reserve right now. But I don't want to make it go away. If we can look into.
No, he set up the threshold. He set up the threshold so that we don't go below a certain amount.
No, we raised the threshold a lot higher than a lot of other cities.
Right.
So we're way above the standard from like other municipalities. Commissioner Sue.
Thank you. No, I was going to.
Hang on.
Oh, okay, let me finish with that.
I haven't even finished, Commissioner Sue. So if you can let me, please. So we can, to be on the same page, like what I'm saying is that our reserves, the threshold was increased substantially from the last several years. I mean, it went up to I think
20%.
What's the reserve count?
20%.
20%. Before we were at for years working off of what 10?
10 or 12.
Not even 10.
Not even 10%. So we've buffered ourselves, and we're still working within that. We're still working on our means. Also, understand. There is, and I understand, your standpoint of like, possibly reducing the millage. But I want you to understand, like, it's good to say that, but also understand, like, the way that you distribute that particular, may be like a point or whatever, compared to what services might be cut or reduced. There's a balancing act, as pointed out.
Absolutely.
And I don't want us to, because right now the county, nobody's looking to reduce their millage. It's like right now the forecast is looking very, very bad. Very, very bad. We have properties that were slated for development now going on bank foreclosure down the street.
Correct.
So we just got to be very mindful of that. I understand it sounds good to say, hey, but what I don't want to do is that we cut our nose and slide our face type of situation. I don't want us to do that. And I want us to not reduce the quality of service that our residents are barely receiving now for a headline. I don't want to do that. No, we represent a lot of people, and they don't want the quality to go down. We got to be mindful with it. I didn't say we got to be much more budget conscious. To your point, Vice Mayor, we got to be, and we got to know where the money's going to. Cut the fluff. Cut the fluff.
And that's again
to your point.
My concern is that as soon as we have a little deficit, we use the reserve because we have it, and I don't want to do that. That reserve is for a rainy day. That reserve is for an elevator that comes up that wasn't budgeted that we have. Or a hurricane or something. Yeah. Exactly. And that's my concern. If we can
to your point, Commissioner, we will look, and we're always looking for efficiencies through this budget. I want to thank the team again for working so hard to this point. But this is the start. Here isn't to start with the team, but it's to start here. At some point, we will never touch the 20% that we're talking about, even though we have some additional funds above that. We'll never touch the 20%. And we also have another $3 million set aside for natural disaster. So there's also additional funding for for an emergency situation.
But we're up here giving our wish list. That's
No, we are. But like I said, I'm glad that you pointed it out. We have on top of that the additional $3 million, like I said, we have a very healthy reserve. I'm not trying to go into our reserves. I think it's always good because from our bond standpoint and how we move forward and how financials look at us and how our ratings, we're very attractive, and we're going to get the best rates. So I want us to keep us at that level, but Commissioner Sue,
let me finish.
Vice Mayor, sorry.
And based on your point, last year or the year before, we changed the accounting method. It seems like today we're back to a regular way of accounting. And that's where we're seeing, the funny business was the way that it was shifted and where it was going and not understanding and so on and so forth. And so I appreciate you bringing it back and everything's in front of us. Just we need more details.
Will do, Vice Mayor. Thank you.
I just want you to be clear to all of us why we have that $18 million of reserves to begin with. Is it not because actually the work that was budgeted to get done wasn't done and the people who are supposed to get hired weren't hired? I think that's important to know. It's not like we have this magically, this reserve that was created, because it was actually because of, and that I could be misunderstanding that. And please clarify it for the public.
Thank you, Commissioner Sue. I will come back with a detailed analysis of what that $18 million come from. But I'm sure there are at least 2 or 3 variables that we will all agree on that will explain why we have that reserve. Number one, when you have vacancies and you have budget into personnel positions and they stay vacant for whatever reason it is, that money, if it's not spent, it goes to the reserve. So now you don't have staff and you have vacancies, and vacancies are attached to a certain project that needs to be completed. So then there is the domino effect. You need staff, position needs to be filled. If they're not filled, then you have surplus. If you don't have staff, it may have an unintended impact on the project, and the project money will be there until you have staff on board. These two, I can tell you that they are in a relationship, but I will come back next on the 26th with a document to all of you to explain exactly how did we get here.
Okay, thank you so very much. That was about an hour and a half, not more. Who's up?
Thank
next?
you. Thank you.
No, wait.
Thank you, no worries.
Apologies. Wait.
I just wanted
Commissioner
to I just wanted to summarize because I went first and I heard everybody. So somebody wants to give money back from all the new construction. Somebody wants to lower what the rate is, the millage rate. Somebody else wants to make sure we're paying the right amount to everybody. The question is, where does the money go? Where does the money go? Because for the revenue that we bring in, for the work that needs to be done, and everybody here is saying, help. I got to tell, yesterday at the Police Street night out, I have to tell you, a woman came up to me and asked me, as a senior, could I reach out to Florida Power and Light and make sure they give a discount to seniors? That's hurt people that live in North Miami Beach that are hurting. So we need to figure this out. That's the summary, that we need to figure this out. That we want to help the public. We want to get the job done. We want to make sure the employees are paid correctly and have enough employees. And we have to do it on what we have coming in. So it's an ominous task for sure. But between now and the next budget, I would like for you to show us some of the adjustments that you think can be made. That's the summary that I have. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Smith. Commissioner Jean?
One more thing. The vacancy rate, right? You said you were that's gonna shrink it to 5 million, right? Was there more that you can bring it down to maybe 4? I don't know because that's a more definite amount, since we're saying that we all are saying that we want to see the reserve stays a little bit more intact. Mm-hmm. So you've brought it down from 8 to 5 with the vacancy
Correct.
rate. Can you try to bring it a little bit down and show
100%. I think 4% is safe.
The 4 million.
The 4 million, correct. I mean, we can definitely work on that.
Yeah, the 4% brought it down, so we can look at a different percentage but we'll look into that. Thank you.
Thank you for
Deputy.
that, Commissioner.
Thank you, Deputy. Next up.
Thank you. Our first presentation will be by Police
Yeah.
Deputy Chief
Chief.
Deputy Chief.
Chief. I know that our chief is working on some other matters, and I'm glad that we have our deputy doing the best that he does.
Deputy Chief Nichols, whenever you're ready, you just go for it.
I'm going downstairs. I'll be right back.
All right.
You ready?
Ready?
Yep.
Zero.
Give me $5.
Good luck.
All right. All right. Thank you, Deputy Chief. When you're ready to roll, you have the floor.
Well, good evening, Mayor, Commission, and the Manager's Office. I'm here tonight on behalf of Chief Peniels, who's currently on leave. And I promise I'll be shorter than the DCM. So we're going to click off tonight with the accomplishments of each division and going through the goals and then what our finance for the department as well as our business plan. So I'm going to start off with the administration division tonight. Over the last fiscal year, we've hired and trained 8 officers this fiscal year. We've graduated 3 cadets from the academy. We currently have 1 attending. They'll graduate on August 22nd. We received and outfitted 12 vehicles. 6 of it's for the road patrol sergeants, 4 were for the detective bureau, and 2 were for the canine division. Department-wide active shooter training was put in place this year annually. It used to be biannually. This is a need that we felt like with the state of affairs in this nation that we need to do every year. And we also created a centennial badge, which was designed and is currently being produced for the 100th next year. This is.
Can I just ask you, you hired 8 new people, or how many are you short?
This is not the right.
Okay.
This isn't. This isn't the correct presentation. No, where's GP? This is not the correct presentation. Excuse me, the wrong presentation's loaded.
Technical issue. Maybe we can move on to another.
If you can, do you know, can you give the so wait.
You have it there?
I have it here, but it's not going to correlate with the slides.
Oh, really? Wow. Do you? No, we're okay. I mean, the police is a major issue for us, so I don't know.
We don't want to worry about the slides. You just want him to go through his presentation,
Yeah,
and then
yeah,
we'll send you.
Yeah, we'll send the slides, but Deputy, we have it in front of us, but you
wanna
can
make
speak,
sure
please.
it's
Okay.
Go ahead.
1 second, Mayor, please.
All right, no worries.
Oh, he's got to technology.
We have, I want us to all understand, this is not going to be the first time for this. We can, if staff sees that we have questions, follow up with those answers. We can't readily give it to us. I hope the staff that's here understands that. So if you don't have the information, you get it to us, to the particular member or to all of us. So please keep it as brief as possible. This is just the first. We have another one, then we have a first budget hearing, and we have a second budget hearing. So please, staff, work with us.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think we're all set. See how quick we can
Thank you, Deputy
adjust,
Chief.
call an audible, and move forward.
Apologize for that, but it wasn't correlating with my notes. So going into the administration division's fiscal goals, we want to hire a minimum of 10 to 15 officers this year, acquire 12 more vehicles for the agency, hire a crime prevention supervisor, and hire the remaining vacancies for communications, which is 3.
Our current division, ongoing projects in the administration division, the vehicle leasing program with the 12 new vehicles for next year will be to outfit the traffic, the rest of road patrol, administration, and the community patrol truck for the boat that we'll be getting. The school speed zone cameras is still an ongoing project, and it's in procurement, waiting for an agreement. Currently awaiting the new Motorola's to be programmed, to be distributed among our personnel. That's a new radio system that was purchased. Body armor replacement for the special response team. The Bearcat that was purchased under the ARPA funds is currently being built. The Marine Patrol vessel is in progress. We're just awaiting for the official in-writing grant retrieval for approval. And our Glock firearm transfer, which is currently in progress, to go from a 45 to a 9mm. Going into the operations division, this is the uniform patrol that responds to calls for service. We responded to 86,842 calls this year as of August 1st. We've issued 7,395 citations and also have made 820 arrests. We're doing all this while operating shorthanded, as it shows the commitment of the officers here in the North Miami Beach Police Department to keep the city safe and serve the community. Going into the FTO program, we accomplished training 13 new officers this year. Our special response team was deployed 29 times. This was for variant warrant arrest, for violent crimes, smoke shops, operating, selling illicit drugs in the city, and barricaded subjects. For our K-9 unit, we've responded to 11 call-outs, which had to do with subject on perimeters with violent crimes, 25 explosive detective assistance calls for bomb sweeps, and 17 narcotic sweeps, which consisted from traffic stops and assisting other agencies. One of the big highlights we have this year that has improved in the last 8 months is our social media has increased 44.3% with the amount of 29,000 users. Going into the goals of the operation division for this next fiscal year, we want to continue for uniform patrol, maintain a high visible patrol to deter crime, continue data-driven deployment and strategies to address the emerging crime trends, and to increase the community engagement initiatives and proactive policing. For our FTO program, we want to reduce the burnout because due to our heavy amount of vacancies that we have, we're constantly training new officers. We want to continually provide leadership coaching and mentorship skills to development training and send additional FTOs to specialized training and support them in becoming certified instructors. For the special response team, we want to continue to train in dignitary protection, increase our active shooter response training focusing on schools and religious institutions. For the K-9 unit, we want to enhance our K-9 deployment efficiency through ongoing Candler and dog team training and expand our community demonstrations to strengthen public trust and understanding of the K-9 program. For our Emergency Operations Center, we want to continue our in-house training across departments to strengthen our readiness for a natural disaster, upgrade our technology for improved situational awareness and communication, and continue with our public preparedness campaigns. And lastly, in the Operations Division goals for the social media, we want to continue to expand our social media presence to improve transparency and community relations. For our investigative division, as you know, recently we closed out a 39-year-old homicide case, and we are also, I'm pleased to announce tonight, we are very close to solving another one, hopefully by the end of August or September. For the Detective Bureau, we also solved the homicide, I don't know if you recall, a little less than a year ago, smoke shop that involved 4 individuals that was closed out this year. In the Detective Bureau as well, we have promoted 2 new sergeants and 1 new detective as a result of the sergeant's promotions. For the crime scene unit, we've added 2 new crime scene technicians. For the tactical investigation unit, which is our undercover unit, we've added 2 new detectives. For the tactical investigation unit, has executed 29 search warrants. We've had 60 felony arrests and 26 firearms seized, as well as $350,000 of illegal currency. They're doing a fantastic job. The Detective Bureau has focused on thoroughly investigating all assigned cases and providing the victims with a positive resolution. And we have made 56 felony arrests, 8 misdemeanor arrests, and 1 warrant arrest. Our goals for the investigation division next year is to currently develop, which is in progress, our real-time crime center to increase the effectiveness of crime-solving capabilities and to deter crime. We are currently waiting funding from the federal government to complete the project. The Investigations Division would like to increase our closeout rate for solving cases from currently at 28% to 32%. We have currently increased year by year since 2023. The Detective Bureau would also like to add 2 additional detectives. Just so you know, we are down to 5 detectives now with the amount of caseload that comes in. Again, they're doing a phenomenal job. And as well, with the manpower hopefully being up by next year, we would like to incorporate back to a full-time street crimes unit / gang unit comprised of 1 sergeant and 3 detectives to focus on frauds, robberies, and gang violence. Going into our Community Affairs Bureau, as we stated last year, we were 1 detective short from having every zone in the city a community patrol detective. We now have added that, and we have 6 community patrol detectives and 1 for each zone. Our community police detectives have responded to over 120 quality of life calls for the service. We have attended over 36 city events. Our North Miami Beach Police Explorer program, which is doing outstanding, attended the 68th City of Miami Explorer Academy and winning the Bicycle Obstacle Course, Male Fitness Award, and Class Leader Award, as well as participating and attended the 2025 Law Enforcement Explorer Conference, winning first place in crisis intervention, first place in men's advisor obstacle course, first place in women's advisor obstacle course, and 3rd place in the bicycle course. Also, we were able to complete the presentation for the Florida Inland Navigation District, which is where our grant is coming from for the new Marine Patrol vessel. Our goals going into the next fiscal year for community affairs would be to add a 3rd full-time motorman position, increasing the unit to 3 officers and a sergeant, adding a crime prevention supervisor to the Community Affairs Bureau to oversee the crime prevention unit, and of course, as I mentioned earlier, adding a new Ford F-250 vehicle to serve as a dual purpose to transport the new Marine Patrol vessel as well as high water rescues. Now going into our budget with the business plan on how the department and its programs alignment and how we keep track of our key performance measures. Our first measure is priority calls for service, crime rate, crime clearance rate, citations, arrest, calls for service, our vacancy rate for sworn and for professional staff. Going into our core program 1, which is to reduce crime. From fiscal year 24 to in this year, we have our priority response time decreased from 3 minutes and 58 seconds to 3 minutes and 50 seconds. We are looking to reduce that by another 2%. As well as as I spoke earlier, the crime clearance rate. As you can see, each year we have improved our clearance rate for closing out cases, where last year was 26.5%, and we're at 28% now to make it 32%. Going into our core program 2 and solving cases, this number is a little confusing if you don't understand it. We went from UCRs to NIBRs 2 years ago, and it changed the way the statistics are maintained for the state. So when you see the number of 1,700 and in 2024, 1,794.6, that's off of 100,000 persons per crime. So really it's 1.7 persons in the city is a victim of a crime out of 100,000 people. Moving on to our core program 3 for ensuring the safe and secure environment for residents, visitors, and businesses. Our citations, we have increased from 2024 to 6,897 to 7,395. We are looking to increase that by 20%. For our performance measure 2 on the arrest, we had 1,116 arrests in 2024, and currently we're at 820, but just a reminder, these numbers are as of August 1st. We're projected to increase the arrest by 5%. And for our calls for service, this year so far, as I stated earlier, we have responded to 86,842 calls, where last year was 101,730 calls for service. Going into our last performance measure for hiring, training, and retaining staff, for hiring sworn personnel. Last year we hired 8. This year we've already hired 8. Our projection is 10 to 15 for next fiscal year. We are looking to onboard 4 to 6 officers in September, which would put us anywhere from 12 to 14 officers hired in this fiscal year. And for our professional staff, we are looking to hire 2 more professional staffs. We met our goal. We had 7 in 2024. We hired 2 this year. We're looking to add additional 2 to the vacancies of the traffic enforcement specialist and a CSO, community service officer. I guess now getting into the meat and potatoes of the budget for the general fund. As you can see, for salaries and related costs under the first chart here, for fiscal year 25, it was $28,632,486. With the fiscal year 26 proposal, it's $30,872,367, with a change of $2,239,881. This increase is largely due to the IUPA contract that was signed last year and with the raises that currently take place as of October 1st for next fiscal year. Our operating costs went from $2,308,047 to $2,703,490 for a $395,443 change. This is due to the increase of the undercover vehicle rentals, increase in cost, the mentorship and leadership program that we brought into the police department, our psychological services for our mental health program, and a grant consultant. Just want to point out there, since having the grant consultant hired back in late December and starting in January, she has already found over $200,000 in grant money, and more is to come. Going into the fiscal year 25-26 budget highlights for salaries and related costs, our overtime for fiscal year 25 was $2,063,000. We have now reduced it to $1,959,850 for a decrease of $103,150. For leave payouts, we had budgeted $118,768,000 for fiscal year 25. We're budgeted for $125,000 in fiscal year 2026 for a total increase of $6,232. On a side note, we had 5 officers retire this year, and we had an unexpected payout of $442,311, which is why we were over our projected budget from the year before. And for the salary and benefits, it's it's the same as the previous slide for the budget request, as it's basically employee salary and benefit increases. For the reason of the operating cost increases, as stated, vehicle rentals and leases increased $16,000. This is for our undercover rental vehicles for the TIU unit and our federal task force. Our professional services went up $112,000. We had projected $81,253 in 2025. We now have it at $193,510. Again, the reason for this is for the mentorship and leadership programs that were brought into the agency last year, our psychological services for mental health, and our grant consulting services. For operating supplies, we were increased to $187,936. We had $604,274 for fiscal year 25, and for this fiscal year, next fiscal year 26, $792,210. This is due to duty and training ammunition for the firearm transfer. Ammunition is very expensive and has gone up over the past few years, and for the uniforms and vests have gone up as well. Our uniform maintenance allowance went up $48,000, and this was due to the contract from the CBA that was signed last year. And with that, do you have any thoughts, comments, or questions that I can answer?
Thank you, Deputy Chief. I'll start.
Thank
Wait.
you so much.
You know, I should start at this.
Oh, you pointed to me.
No, wait.
That's fine.
No, we went there
That's
last
fine.
time.
I'll start off with my vice mayor and work out this one.
I would like you to.
Okay.
Vice Mayor, go ahead.
I was about to do like the pointing. I was like,
No.
Vice Mayor.
All right. Thank you, Chief. Good presentation.
Thank you,
Can you
Vice Mayor.
explain why you went from the 45s to the 9mm?
Yes, Vice Mayor, and through the manager's office, the reason why we changed our firearm is the best practices for police departments have been switching from 40, 45 calibers to the 9mm. It shows that the 9mm round has the same impact. It can carry more ammunition in the magazines so it's the larger caliber rounds, and also it's not as expensive as a 45. So there's cost factor and for best practices.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. And the news on Kalea?
Thank you for that question, Vice Mayor. As you know, maybe you may not know, through the manager's office, we just hired an accreditation manager. She's been on for 2 weeks. She has been diligently working and getting us back on track. And as the chief stated back in June, we are looking to have that accreditation back in 2026.
Great, thank you. And one more. The new phone system that you switched to about a year ago, how's that working?
The phone system, the radios, yes.
Yeah, the whole,
Oh, Carbine.
Yeah.
Okay, yes, the phone for dispatch.
yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yes, Carbine is working out very well. We haven't had to use it often, but when it's been able to be used, and it's been a great system to give the officers a heads up of what's happening out on the scene before they get there, through the capability of sending out a text message to who's calling us for the complaint, and being able to see what's happening live on the scene through their cell phone.
Oh, and excuse me, one more. The red light camera, the red light, it's not the camera, the red light stopping for the school zones.
Yes, sir.
How's that going?
Well, as we have already committed to a company that's currently in procurement for negotiation of the contract.
Didn't we approve that already?
Yes, it is approved. It's in contract negotiations. Yes.
Okay.
No, Commissioner.
red light
Red
we
light
already
camera, we already have. It's through Red Speed is the contract.
School zone
For the
speed.
Schools, it's like a speeding camera.
Vera Mobility is our current vendor for red light camera, and for school zone, it's going to be
Right.
Red Speed. Yeah.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Thank you. So regarding red speed, I think I sent a couple of articles about the speed camera not being accurate. Do we have any way of checking to see, like, if they dispute that they were actually driving in the right speed? This is not this conversation, but I just wanted to bring that up to your attention so that maybe you could also mitigate any problems that we would have with the residents. That's one thing. The second, my most important question is, like, I assert that this 300, like the budget going up has a lot to do with like a lot of cost and a lot of, let's take a look at that.
Are you for the operating budget, Commissioner?
Well, I think let's start simply first. I just wanted to know how many vehicles are in the PD?
We currently have approximately 100, a little over 100.
Okay, awesome. And then how many of those are leased?
Out of the lease, we currently have 66, about 69. 65.
65. Could I ask why we choose to lease?
Yes, so it's cheaper in the long run than paying all the money up front to purchase vehicles. So 2 years ago, when we went to the program, when we leased 44 vehicles, at that time, our fleet was in desperate need of upgrading, and just to get 20 vehicles at that time was going to cost $1.2 million. So the first year, the lease was $644,000 over 60 months. So you're getting more vehicles for your money on a lease than you are for purchasing right away, with the costs that go up every year. And we've been able to outfit our fleet to the needs of the department faster than going through the purchasing for outright purchasing the vehicles. And if they do buy back our vehicles at the end of the lease.
And aren't they?
And they bought our current fleet that we had that we sold back that gave us a discount on the lease agreement.
And don't
I
they
see.
pay for 100% of the maintenance?
Do they?
They pay 100% of the maintenance of the unmarked vehicles.
On the unmarked? I'm sorry, go ahead. Was it unmarked vehicles? Did I hear that correctly?
That is correct.
They change that every few months because people that are doing undercover work, they change the vehicles.
I see. Okay. Yeah, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Jean.
Thank you. Just want to commend you all for the great work that you do. In the presentation, it said 27 open positions. I'm not sure if that's the same in tandem to what you shared with us in the earlier part of not your presentation, in the CFO's presentation. It said 27 open positions. Is that the accurate number?
I believe it is, Commissioner.
Okay.
It is in the mid-20s to that higher rate.
So I know you want to onboard between 8 to 10 this upcoming year. What methods are you guys using to promote or to do more outreach? I know there's always an issue with trying to get qualified individuals interested.
Of course, Commissioner, and thank you for that question. That gets asked a lot. We currently just got a police app. We were one of the first agencies to register with the app. We've received numerous applications from that app and has increased our recruiting, as well as we've gone out to the local theaters. We're advertising in Dade County, Broward, and Palm Beach. We just signed the agreement going forward, but it's very expensive. For 6 weeks, it was $22,000.
I was going to ask, is there a way that we can increase your marketing budget? I'm not sure what your line item is for marketing, but I think that's a big part of it, to have 10 officers to onboard. I'm not sure how many people are actually going to retire in 2026. That might make your...
Well, right now it's one, hopefully, because we had 5 unexpected
one?
last year.
Okay. So, I think that would be a good investment, because 10 is a lot. Speaking
Yes.
to all of the positions that you mentioned, were either open or you need here, you need there. And I've seen other agencies like do advertisement on the metro buses and different creative forms of marketing. So if there's some way that you can increase, I think that would be a good value to us.
Absolutely, Commissioner. Through the manager's office, our current budget's $75,000 for the recruiting, but we'll come back with a larger number through the manager's office for the next commission.
We'll look into it.
And I know there's one more thing. I was Miami-Dade Fire Rescue did an outreach event here, and
Yes.
there was I know there was Nikki from the police department that was there who mentioned the neighborhood program, that it helps cities entice new officers with some kind of housing initiative. So I know that there's talks, and I definitely want to see if we can mirror some type of program that would help be an initiative and an additional incentive for us to get better candidates. Do we still have the signing bonus that we used to give?
Yes, Commissioner. To answer the first part of your question, we currently have the building at 16395 Biscayne Boulevard actually offers that program. One of our officers is currently living there at a reduced rate. And we are going to reach out to the other buildings, new constructions when they come in, and talking with the developers about having that program.
Okay, thank you.
And as far as the second question with the, I'm sorry, could you?
The bonus, sign on.
Oh, yes, we currently have a $10,000 signing bonus for certified officers.
That's great. Thank you.
I want to add to that point, and I want you to be very transparent, because I did have a conversation with Deputy. It is not as easy as it was, and
Correct.
hiring recruits, because there has been a change of culture
That is
and that
correct.
mentality of police. And it's because I need you to be a little, because a lot of people think that we don't have as much as incentives, but just speak to that, because there is a culture change in regards to the recruits that are coming in, and how it's a little bit more difficult to get the quality and compared to what you came into years ago, what have you. So I just want I want the public to see this part.
We're not aging. We're not aging the deputy.
No, like 10 years. He's a young
19
man.
years ago.
Go ahead.
19 years ago, but no one's counting. Let me start out by saying that from our recruiting and for attracting, we are getting quantity over quality. And just to put into perspective, right now I'm processing 6 certified officers. I'm processing 17 police cadets, because we plan on sending at least 10 to the academy. Where, 17 right now, I'm looking to send 10. We're looking for the best quality out of those 17. Going into the how it was when I came on and how the generational is now, I don't want
Begging.
I don't want to offend the generations, but my generation seemed to have more of a passion for law enforcement, doing the job, where the recruits today aren't as passionate, I guess you could say.
I'm sorry, to speak to that, when I was 19 and I looked at being a police officer, I sat in a room with hundreds and hundreds and hundreds
they were chopping at the bit to get in.
applicants to
Now it's
be
like
an
we're barely
officer.
trying to get people in.
So just perspective, when I got hired back in 2006, 2007, to get on the North Miami Beach Police Department, it was very difficult. You almost had to know someone. And That's because the quality that was out there at the time versus now. Not everybody wants to be a police officer in today's world. A lot of officers don't want to be the next one on the news for doing their job in a negative aspect. And every agency is hiring from here to Alaska. And certain agencies are bigger for more career
Federal
movement.
agencies are now trying to
Federal agencies are offering $50,000 for a signing bonus. So these are the challenges that we face while out there recruiting for our new hires.
Thank you. I don't want to take too much time. I'll wait for a final comment. Commissioner Smuckler.
Okay, I'll make this quick. So thank you so much for your presentation. I put something on the agenda for the next commission meeting that I don't want to start discussing now because then it will get into another long conversation. But maybe if something that the commission agrees upon, it'll be something that will help the police department actually recruit and retain. The next thing I wanted to tell you is that next week, Tuesday, the Commission Status of Women is having a back to school.
Yes.
And I would be more than happy to give the police department a table. There'll be teenagers there. They're never too young to start recruiting, at least getting them to be interested. So you're more than happy to have a table there if it's something that you guys can do.
Absolutely, Commissioner. We'll have the recruitment team there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Great presentation. And I'm seeing that it seems to be that morale is improving in the police department. So I'm very happy about that.
Yes.
Just whatever you guys need for us to champion, that's what we're going to champion. That's just the bottom line.
Absolutely.
You know, I said that's just the bottom line, and I thought about wrestling, WWE. And that's the bottom line. Yeah. Stone Cold Steve Austin. All right. But we're supportive and look forward to helping you guys get to where you need to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. The chief and I are ecstatic with the support that we have from the commission, the manager's office, and it's been awesome. It's shown and it's been reflected in the police department.
Okay, thank you. I want to thank you also. It's obvious the change in the police department since you and the chief took helm, and I am grateful for that. Very grateful for that.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. We appreciate that.
Okay, so I just want to know if you have enough money. So do you have enough money for more gang units, being as that seems to be on the news a lot, what's going on? And we had, in my tenure, fabulous gang department, and she left, and it was a...
There was a few in that unit.
Yeah. And
Jody Schuster, Alex Morales, Craig Catlin, Rocky Festa.
So do we have enough money to make sure your gang unit is top notch? That's number one. Do we have enough money to have the crime cops be able to go and get their whatever equipment they need, whatever tests they need? Do we have enough money for that? Do we have enough money to pay for buoys and life rafts that are requested? Is there a way that the buoy could cost more but be permanent? Do we need a second boat, a smaller boat in the canal? Do we have enough money for it if we do? Do we have enough money for a police department psychologist, somebody there, or a social worker, somebody for the times we're in and the stress we're in? Do we have somebody that we can have somebody, the police department, to take care of our cops that work for us?
Absolutely.
Do we have enough? I want to make sure you have enough money, because I've always said it. We could have the best things in the world, but if you don't feel safe to come to the events, which brings me to the fact that as I recall, we had an event freeze, and yet our police department went to 36 city events. So the freeze did not work out as well as we had hoped. I'm just bringing that up.
Oh, no, they went to 30. It wasn't
Yeah.
He said 36 city events. I wrote it down, city.
City-related events.
Oh, you forgot the word related. Okay, so we only had 20, and so it still didn't work out as well. So in all seriousness, I think my whole goal, you were one of my three. That means a lot to me. My whole goal in looking at the news, which we're full if we watch the news today, because it's so, just today there was another shooting in Atlanta, in, I don't know, an Air Force base or Army base or something. So I just want to make sure the police department has what it needs financially. I want to make sure that you know what else is missing. You would know, the chief would know, your police officers would know what they need. I want to make sure you have it. That's all. What it takes, we'll take away from something else. But we want to make sure you have what you need for all those things, plus whatever else you need.
Well, thank you for that, Commissioner. We're never going to deny wanting to have more money in the police department to outfit us with the top-notch equipment in the nation. I will answer that we have what we need in concurrence with this fiscal year's budget, meaning that we were able to sustain where we're at, sustain the services we have with what was given for the police budget. We can always use more money. Going to your answer for the street crimes gang unit, yes, as soon as our manpower gets up, we will have the bodies to be able to create that unit.
People don't know. I don't mean to interrupt, but it costs $5,000 per checking to see whether it's the right DNA.
That is correct.
One thing that we have to take it outsourced to a different company that does that, and that's just checking one. So you
It's about
definitely.
$5,000 for DNA. Yeah.
So we need the money for you.
Yes, absolutely. Through the manager's office, we can bring back a higher proposal of equipment that we need at the next budget meeting.
And in reference to things like the life, I know I'm going to give money, and I believe Commissioner Smuckler is going to give money for the buoys. I said buoys also. I would help with the buoys, but it turns out the problem with the buoys is to invest the money and then have them float away, which they do, and they end up under a bridge somewhere. We need to make sure there's a process that the buoys can be permanent. Because what it does is
No, the two different buoys. I know we talked about the life rings
one
for life savings. The buoys, Commissioner, to speak for you, are the ones that are in the water to say no wake, slow down, whatever, and they're attached to a chain, for lack of a better word, chain, and weighted down to the ground. And occasionally, there's no permanent. They break and can float away or what have you. But we're going to make sure that we have the right buoy with the best possible secureness that we can. Can't promise they won't break off or float away, because that's just the nature. And no buoy is set in stone. But we will make sure that we get quality, as you said, buoy, so they don't float away.
the thing about the buoys is it deters speeders, it deters a lot of things in the water, so that's why they're good to have them there. And they don't cost a lot, maybe a couple $100, but it also costs a couple $100 to have them placed in the water. And that, it doesn't seem like a lot, but it seems like a lot when it floats away a week later. So that's where I just want to make sure in all of your areas, when you talk about the recruits that you're getting, and hopefully, I mean, your explorers are amazing. Amazing. From day one, they have the right training, and hopefully many of them will pick North Miami Beach to be where they'll start their career.
Absolutely. That's what we want to do. That's what we're encouraging. Since the Police Explorer program was, I'll say, redesigned, and it's there. We're hoping the explorers want to go into law enforcement, we'll be able to hire from within.
And I happen to agree with Commissioner Smuckler. The Army recruit booth was there last night at the Police Night Out.
Yes.
Had a lot of success. A lot of people stopped by. So I think every time we have an opportunity, we should have a booth for the police department.
Absolutely, Commissioner. We strive to have a recruiting booth for every city event, and we've been going to various recruiting events around the state, the city, the counties. We were just at one 2 weeks ago in the city of Miami.
Oh, fabulous. Fabulous. Well, I appreciate you, and you'll get with the manager to see what money you need to make sure our policemen are safe and make sure that they have what they need in case they run across something that is unforeseen. That's the important thing.
Absolutely, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Final thoughts. So I spoke to the deputy chief that, we have to look at some drone technology,
Yes, sir.
partnering up, because I've seen some of this stuff utilizing the cut and response time, especially in Miami Beach docking stations. I want you guys to really take a look at that, and also see how we can supplement the funding of it, because we can use those same drones to, do inspections on roofs. And I know the building department has and we're going to get to them eventually in regards to the possible funding that they can supplement, as well as the fact of the Miami-Dade Police Department, instead of turning on their helicopters, they can utilize that same drone to go do the initial response.
Absolutely.
And so, but just consider those types of relationship building and partnering up with different aspects of our city in regards to reducing costs. Last but not least, I know you say you have enough for equipment, but we get bombarded from a lot of residents saying that we need more. So if when it comes to, let's say, Marine Patrol and having jet skis and everything else, to see what else could be included to make sure that our waterways, because Commissioner Florimon lives next to the Snake Creek Canal, and he always tells me about the no, not alligators. They're not alligators in there. No,
There
those
are
guys
alligators. There are alligators.
Well, I know. I'm not speaking to that. There are. I would assume that there are gators everywhere. There's standing water. There's manatees, but there are also people speeding on jet skis as well.
Yes.
I've seen it on social media where people say, "Hey, what's going on with that?" So if there's a need, and I know there's a need. If you guys can see how getting additional equipment, maybe additional jet skis to mitigate those concerns, be well appreciated. But I just want to tell those thoughts, and you'll come back to us.
Well, Mr.
Absolutely.
Mayor, we have the ARPA funds that we're hoping that they can get back for the marine stuff. So if if that earmark can be found
They're getting
again.
the boat.
No,
They're getting the boat, but we had earmarked some 200s plus for additional marine stuff that dissipated in the
30,000.
ARPA waterways. So
Which was the question, Mr. Mayor. You're asking for jet skis, but I had asked, did they need a small boat? Which one's better?
So to answer your question, Commissioner, we have a small boat right now. We have it in the CIP budget for fiscal year 27, but we will bring it back to the manager's office for the additional boat.
They currently have a small boat that they use. You've probably seen it during Heart Health Walk or bike. Not really Bike Through 5, but they do have a small craft that goes through the canal. But they're also being proactive that in FY27 for a replacement small craft as well.
Good.
And maybe we can make it one of our priorities in Tallahassee to get more.
But the mayor's asking for additional, besides the boat, you're also asking for jet skis?
Well, look, what I'm saying is that we have a lot of stuff on the agenda. You heard my thoughts.
Yeah, let's continue.
We have another budget workshop. We have public works. That's going to be a pretty massive, chief. But as you've heard, Deputy, we are here to support our police. Whatever you guys need, you let us know, because the first above all else, as Commissioner Smith is, security. This matter is about nothing. Parks, nothing else matters unless you have the security to protect it. Well, no, wait. Oh my God!
We know what you mean.
Wait,
Mr. Mayor.
Parks. Wait.
Who secures the parks?
Wait. Look. Oh, come on, man. I'm gonna hear this.
No,
I'm gonna hear from Parks. Whoa.
But the police secure the parks.
Dude, wait. Let me.
And the police secure the water department.
Oh my God. Let me reassess. Every department is special. Every department. Parks, I love you, Parks. But I know I'm going to still hear it. I know I'm going to still hear from Parks and Public Works or whatever. That being said, I know how important security is. People, to have fun, you got to feel safe.
Absolutely.
So, and people will have fun if they feel safe.
And who's taking care of all these good
Mr.
departments?
Mayor-
The police.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. Now that
Thank you, Deputy.
thank that the deputy chief is finished. He has an event, a 70th birthday. So if all the questions are done, I'd like to dismiss him.
Yeah, thank you.
That he can get out of here and attend that.
Thank you so very much.
Bring us back cake.
Absolutely, Commissioner.
Joy.
I just want to add one. Yes, Commissioner.
Let him go to the party. Come on, leave.
We're going to let you go to the party. I just want to make sure that I know that this is a big help for you, which is the real-time crime center.
Yes.
That you guys are went to look at that the mayor mentioned. Could this be some kind of CIP project as well, that you build on it year over year to fulfill that? Because it's about over $2 million project.
Absolutely. It's something in the future we can look to adding the CIP, but just keep in mind, Miami Beach's $2 million RTC center did not happen overnight. It took them about 10 years.
It did.
Right.
So that's
right.
why I understand.
So that's why I'm thinking like if we do the CIP project, then we can like roll over the funds year over year.
Absolutely. We'll look into that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you, Deputy
Thank
Chief.
you. Thank you.
Deputy Chief, thank you. Have a good one.
Thank you, Manager.
All right, next up is Public Works, or our interim director. Public Works,
Commissioner John.
we do have, I know, Public Works, Director, please, yeah, you understand the time, if you can
Yes,
be as brief as possible.
Yes.
The titles, not work, and not, be as, brief as possible. Like the titles are there, they're sufficient enough, not reading line by line by line. So just please.
Yeah, I'll try my best to summarize the slides. Navigating, I'm just pressing to navigate. All right.
Who's a high tide? Who's a high tide? Oh, okay.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commission, Clerk's Office, and City Manager's Office. I'd like to introduce the proposed Public Works fiscal year 26 budget. I'd like to start off by just having a quick discussion about who we are as a team, who Public Works is, and what the Public Works team really kind of manage and oversee for the city of North Miami Beach. We have 10 divisions. We manage our road repairs, traffic calming, street maintenance, sidewalks. We have our stormwater division that manages our drain. We have high collapse drain situations going on in the city. We manage our NPDES compliance expectations, which are inspections of those drainage systems. Solid waste contract. Right now we have coastal. We oversee that contract, and part of that includes litter picking and includes maintenance of nuisance, limiting litter picking and stuff of that nature. We also oversee permits for right-of-way. We have an engineering section underneath our administrative division where we handle most of the coordination and project management aspects of infrastructure building projects, stormwater drainage projects. We also have a facilities maintenance division that oversees routine maintenance, repairs, inspections of all of our city assets, including the fountain and our city signs. We have a mobility division that oversees our free transit transportation programs that we provide to our residents, freebie, NMB line. We have a fleet division that oversees all of our fleet in the city, and including police departments, provides services, repairs, purchases, and as recently as not too long ago, we also have our capital improvement program that now sits underneath Public Works. During today's budget workshop, we will present 9 of those 10 divisions. On the 26th, we will come back and discuss the capital improvement program, which will include a comprehensive view of our CIP program for the city. Public Works includes 72 positions. Those 72 positions branch out, like we just talked about, into 10 designated functional areas. I'd like to start off by really talking about the highs, which is the accomplishments of the team in the past year. Highland Village drainage improvement. I put that first on the list because the team is extremely proud about that one. Design is completed, permit is completed. We're in bidding right now, and that's for the installation of the backflow preventer. And you'll see that. Obviously, we'll talk a little bit more in detail about that in the CIP program. It is important to note that you will see some projects that appear, right, to be CIP projects. Well, a lot of your CIP projects are managed by your Public Works team. A lot of our managers are project managers. So it's important for us to see the cross-functionality in those relationships as we talk about what we have accomplished. Eastern Shore's drainage structure repairs, like we've just talked about, heavy drain collapse happening across the city. Sky Lake Road resurfacing and Oak Grove restriping, made some repairs to the 15th Avenue Bridge. We've installed some temporary speed humps. Thank you for the reso that assisted assisted with that. We've adopted a new traffic calming manual. In September, we're coming with a safety action plan. Benefits of that safety action plan is pretty much giving you a master plan in terms of where in the city we need to focus our attention for safety. It's very detailed in nature, and it also helps sets us in alignment with the Vision Zero for 2050, which means reduce fatality and keeping our streets safe. So it's a really good comprehensive plan, and we're looking forward to sharing that with you in September's commission meeting.
Yeah, I was just going to tell you that.
Thank you. Maybe I should let you do this. The 168th and 20th traffic calming roundabout, we've completed design and permit. We're in the bidding phase right now. We're excited about that one. That's right behind City Hall here. West and Eastern Shores drainage repairs. We've had a number of complaints for street lights and low-hanging wires. We've addressed those as well. We have moved a little bit away from contract work and leveraged a lot of our technical services and our facilities team. First floor City Hall lobby, 100% was done by our internal staff and not contractors.
Hey.
So that saved the city some money. It also allowed us the opportunity to kind of crank it up a little bit on the purchases, right? On the tools and equipments, and what you see is a byproduct 100% of your staff. So. Library have quite a few things, the generator study, the AC study, the waterproofing, the windows, all of those things, all of the design work has been done. We're now moving into the next phase as we prepare for fiscal year 26, which is to actually launch on the completion and the construction of those things.
Did that include
so this year was a
restroom as
fruitful year.
well?
I'm sorry? No, that does not include the restrooms, no. Still working on the restrooms. That one's a little bit more complex. No, library restrooms.
Library.
Restrooms, yes, sir. The first floor restrooms down here in the City Hall. We're 100% staff, yes. City of NMB Fleet Master, we now have a Fleet Master for our citywide. That was a huge exercise. We've had pockets of information, but being fairly organized is critically important as we move towards operational excellence, which means understanding where we are, baselining. We completed a full assessment in terms of where the condition assessment of all of these assets with our current staff. We did not send them out, so that was another savings for the city. It took us a little bit longer than we expected. Obviously, we had shortage in mechanics. We hired a mechanic 3 that really helped propel that, and so we completed that full-on condition assessment, and we now know where the fleet our fleet condition is, and we also use that information to complete the 20-year replacement plan.
Very nice.
So when we present the CIP plan, you will see the 20-year replacement plan for your city fleet and equipment. So that was a huge success as well. We hired, obviously, like I just mentioned, the mechanic 2 and the mechanic 3 that the commission approved for us, so we were excited about that. And we have done official introduction of automation, and we will talk about how those automation has helped us streamline and really work smart and not hard. We'll talk about that in the next slides.
Carlene, when you were on that last slide, the 15th Avenue, you're already doing things on that? Wasn't that bridge brand new?
Yeah. It's just a structure joint restoration that was needed.
So that's normal for it to go?
Yeah, well, after a few years, yeah. That's normal. It's normal, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Wanted to give beautification a standalone slide because this one was very important because a couple years ago, we kind of added that additional team into beautification, and we fell back a little bit on contract work, and we asked for a performance a year later. We're a year later into that new model with that additional team. And we've also, like we just talked about, added some automation. The team is on tablets, which helps us with really quantifying the work that they do across the city. To date, they've mulched the city with about 4,478 mulch bags. And that includes citywide and our major area across roads. Trees removed, about 78. Stump grinding activity, 54. Illegal dumping activities to date, 248, and that includes our alleyways. They've removed 34 dead animals in our city streets, shopping carts, 634, coconut trees that they trimmed, coconut activities, 1,667, and the year's still not over. and they've trimmed about 1,942 trees. Of course, obviously, there's some commonality between those trees, but those are the efforts that they have done so far, and we are applauding them with that. Like we talked about, we have gone live with automation and technology. So as you can see, we are looking at our performance week over week and evaluating as a team where we need to shift our attention. And this allows us to really provide the city on another level. And that other level means we divert our attention where it's needed. And it also helps us identify where we need to look at our policies a little bit more closer. We talked about shopping carts coming back in September. This dashboard helped us identify that we needed to look at that. And as you look at shopping carts, you kind of see a drastic increase with shopping cart. And if we're using most of our beautification team to just chase after shopping cart, it gave us a kind of avenue to kind of zoom in. Where do we need to focus our attention and where do we need to tighten up? And so, and this also helps the team understand and see what they're doing in the bottom line and how it connects. Video? No, that's just me clicking real fast. Correct. We've started, like I said, this is another example of dashboards that we've created within the Public Works Department. We've gone live with the project management aspect as well, done a lot of work there. We've integrated about 50 to 60 robust projects. The application that we're currently using, which is Smartsheet, it's called Smartsheet for a reason. It takes the day-to-day work that we're doing, it rolls it into key metrics, and it also displays dashboards all simultaneously. If we had to hire people to do that, it's probably the work of maybe 8 to 10 people, and we're doing that.
Who's inputting it?
So as they do the work on the field,
They're doing it,
they're doing it.
and it's automatic?
They're literally creating their own dashboard without even knowing it.
Nice.
So all of it is continuously connected together. What you're looking at right now is the Washington Park dashboard. No one is managing the Washington Park dashboard. The project schedule is. As the project manager is updating the schedule with activities, mitigating risk and pushing back where it needs to happen, the dashboard itself is reflecting what's actually happening with those projects. So this has helped drastically. It helps internal conversations that are happening because there are projects such as Washington Parks that we are shared with NMB Water. We have external stakeholders, which are contractors. We're all lively communicating with just this one tool. So it helps streamline everything from the communication. And it's also available on a app as well, so it's also on my phone. So it's really easy, to download. And this is just a screenshot of what it looks like. As you can see, we have a library of projects that have already been created. We'll deep dive a little bit more into this, but we're doing this not only with CIP, but we're doing this with our operations, repair and replacement efforts as well to keep ourselves pretty organized. So when people say, how is she answering me so fast? It's because we took a little bit of time to do some 5S and organize ourselves a little bit so that we can go slow to go fast. And this is another example. We'll deep dive into that next week, but this is our CIP dashboard that helps us understand where we are every step of the game. How many projects do we have in each phase? How much of the budget have we utilized? And it helps us understand, do we even have the bandwidth to bring in more projects? It's okay to say we have to pause, right? And these are the type of conversations that happened, and we can have conversations with our city manager's office to say, well, we have too many projects in design right now that are going into construction. We don't really have the labor resource to bring in more projects, and it helps us understand where do we need some additional support, extension of labor. So now I'm going to go into more of the go slow to go fast that we talked about, which is who we are as a team. And this helps frame in fiscal year 26 what our goals are and our ask in our budget. We did a complete SWOT analysis as a team. We did that in our beautification conference room. Doing the SWOT analysis requires that we are very honest with each other in terms of understanding where our strengths and our weaknesses are. There's no way to be successful and move in an operational excellence fashion if we don't know really what we need to work on and where we need help. So we know we have a love for the city. That we know. And we do know that we're very flexible and passionate, and we want to solve problems, and we're pretty good at it. Where we identified our weaknesses is where our budget kind of really comes in, right? And where the opportunities are. Those weaknesses are, we know we really need to do a lot more critical thinking as we move. We're asked to move in an agile fashion, which is very fast. But moving very fast also means the devil is in the detail. And so what it means is to identify who among the team can possibly do a little bit more on that data analytics side and really study, right? So there's two types of critical thinking. There's the critical thinking of really understanding the city to a fairly extent, right? And so really snap judgments. And then there's the critical thinking of really looking at the data and what does the data say? Sometimes perception can become reality, and what we believe to be the reality may not necessarily be the reality. And we're finding a lot of that in public works, which is where the restructuring we're going to talk about soon kind of comes in. We have an opportunity to work with our cross-functional partners a little bit more. What that means are there are processes that are in procurement. There are processes that are in finance that affect our ability to be successful. There are processes at NMB Water that overlaps with what we do. So our ability to really work closely with our cross-functional departments is really going to mean saving money for the city and really mean us doing more for the city. And we'll talk about a little bit more later on what that looks like. Project management and really being organized. So a lot of what I just shared was kind of sitting everywhere. It takes us 60% of our effort to really find out where are we, who left off where, who do we hand off to? And so we've kind of closed the gap on that aspect of stuff. So the project management mitigates risk, and it also helps us with change management. Change management is very, very critically important as we talk about operational excellence, and that's where we want to go. And that means when a process changes in finance and it changes another project that is directly related with a project we're working on change, how are we alerted that it's changed, right? So that way we recalibrate to make sure that we gain momentum with those changes. So the opportunities that we found is we could use some automation. We could use a lot of automation, and we've started that, and there's a lot more to go, but we've at least started that process. Training. We found we needed some training in the world of procurement and finance, right? How do we look at our billing? How do we look at economy of scale? How do we look at blending in contracts and working with our partners? There are contractors that Parks use that we also use. So how do we look at the data and consolidate those efforts and save the city some money? We did that with the mulching activity, 4,452 bags of mulch. We worked very closely with Mr. Ian. We have a synchronized work order system, and we've combined our effort to get mulching done across the city. And so that economy of scale has saved us some money working with our procurement partners. Code enforcement, we have ordinances we've identified. We might need to beef those up a little bit, right? There are code languages that indicates what we can and can't do as, and I'm saying we, as the residents. However, there are no violations or infractions for not meeting the code's expectations. There are languages that are really unclear, and it's open to interpretation by whoever the reader is. And so we're taking a really close look at that and seeing where those gaps are and really cleaning those out. And then there's regulatory threats like fee schedules and stuff of that nature, and we're working on those things. In September, like we talked about in October, we'll come back with what we believe those fee structures should be. We've begun conversations with our city manager's office on those things. Operational excellence, only spend just a couple seconds on that. Operational excellence is really just a business philosophy, as most of us know. I have a background in private sector. And so business philosophy focuses a lot on optimizing processes. How do we do more with what we have? How do we reduce waste? How do we reduce redundancies? And this allows us to really operationally give more, do more, produce more using the same essential assets and resources that we have. And we're going to show you how we would like to propose restructuring the Public Works organization to do that. So 3 things that I'd like for us to just take away from this slide is just really optimization really means reviewing our processes, reviewing people. Do we have the right individuals for the fit? Have we fit the right individual to their capacity where they should be? And have we evaluated the systems and applications that we're using to align them with what we need them to do? And so that's really what those three things mean.
I have a
and
quick
that's the three things
question
that we've
through
done.
the Vice
Yes,
Chair.
ma'am.
I see that you have the tablets, sweepers, trash trucks. I had asked about our HVAC and also street cleaner. That was I know we're using a contractor to help us with that, but is there in the budget for us to either repair what we have, get a new one? What's the plan there?
Yeah. You want to
No, I sent the commissioner an email earlier. She probably didn't get to it, but I'll let you explain. So we do have a vac truck, a brand new one that's in operation. So that's fantastic. The street sweeper, the vendor, environmental, if I'm getting it right, environmental such and such, right? They promised to deliver X when we needed it. They didn't meet that promise. PW and the team worked, and procurement worked with legal to cancel that contract. PW also, through assistance from other agencies that Carleen, worked with, identified a street sweeper now. They're working through procurement. There's a letter of intent, and it should be in operation in a couple of months. Okay. So to answer your question, vac truck is in operation, brand new, and we should have our street sweeper in operation in a couple of months.
Thank you. That's amazing.
That's actually a perfect example of cross-functional working together. That was legal, procurement, public works, all together to mitigate risk. Because to lease that is pretty costly to keep there, and it's required for NPDS, right? But procurement really reacted relatively quickly. We worked with other municipalities to help us out. So within next 2 months, we'll have a brand new sweeper.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So what's the plan for 2026? So I'm going to jump in. I heard earlier today when we started, I heard a few things from the commission. Really want to know pay scales. We really want to know how do we turn the budget around, right? So that we get our city beautiful again. And we really want to know what are we doing with the money for each division. And so we kind of took that approach. And so we want to talk about division by division, what's really budgeted, who's in that division, what programs are in that division, so that we can kind of just paint that picture and where we want to spend that money. So the budget for fiscal year 26 that we're requesting is somewhere around $1.2 million, and that's more general fund. The administrative team encompasses your permit, which is your right-of-way permit, your engineering division, and the administration over the Public Works Department. It has your director, deputy director. We've requested a strategy and innovations manager, your office administrator, permit clerk 2, your city engineers, as well as an engineering coordinator. It's important to note that your strategy and innovation manager would be a new position that we requested for fiscal year 26. That position is a reclass. There are no positions that we are asking for that we are asking additional fund. We've looked at our organization and we've looked at the needs. We've looked at where redundancies are, where similar positions are doing pretty similar traits. And we worked as a team to put that together, more importantly. So we all talked about what is it that we really need. We used the blackboard. We sat inside of a war room. We wrote everything on the wall and we circled where we saw commonalities across the peers. And so as a team, we strategized and developed what should public works look like in order to do what the commission is asking us to do. So the strategy and innovations manager position, we're taking one of the admin coordinator position that we have in our administrative division, reclassifying that appropriately to really put together a game plan and help us with a more data-driven operation. That's really what that position. And we'll talk about a little bit in this presentation later on what it does. So our programs in there are obviously the consumer relations, dealing with the residents' businesses, disaster recovery, oversight of the transit operation is at the admin level. The Public Works Department oversees all the right-of-way like we just talked about. What that also includes are streetlight improvement, plan reviews, field inspections, all of the citywide traffic calming we talked about before, safety action plans, storm drainage. So all your engineering functions, everything falls in there. Also, as we talk about working smart and not hard, using digital services and innovation, that falls in your administrative function as well. Showed you a few examples earlier of what that looks like. Having dashboards and KPIs to really help drive where we put the labor to really be effective. Being a financially sound city, having project ledgers, which is something that we are driving for in fiscal year 26, which means really taking really good accounting of where we're spending the money for projects. That's something that would be fairly new in the organization in terms of how we would like to continue to streamline the process, and we'd like to begin that in fiscal year 26. Department general accounting, holding ourselves accountable to having robust budgets and really knowing every month where we are, where our spends are, and what we want to roll over. So those, being very financially sound is where we believe we have an area of weakness, and we believe that there's some great opportunity for fiscal year 26 to really pull Public Works into a different direction. The next division I'd like to talk about is transit. Transit's CITT budget is around 4.5 million. Very small division, obviously with the new contract that we've kicked off. We've talked about restructuring as well. We had a transit analyst position that was previously funded out of this. We've opted not to move forward with the transit analyst position. With the reclass that we're asking is for a engineering and construction manager. That position will be put us in a better position to be more successful as it relates to blending in CIP in the engineering group. So the engineering group, as we talked about, handles a lot of your CIP projects citywide, right? And the construction and engineering manager position will oversee all things related to contract management, and will also assist us with coordinating logistics in the city. There is really no separating engineering work. And it's really looking at developing a core team that would divide and conquer everything on an engineering aspect. And so that's the approach that we'd like to take in fiscal year 26. It also allows us the opportunity to do one thing that you also called equitable pay. We retain talent, and the talent work closely together, and we do it underneath the budget of the ceiling without having to expense more dollars. It's really just paying people equitably to do what they're talented at and what they have degreed professions to do, and not really have to go out for consulting and contracts.
I had a question about
yes, ma'am.
transit. With the advertisement, since you're getting rid of that position, I think one of the things, like, for example, the maps and the different ways to call for service, the different things that we have, I've always talked about what's the plan to market these things, not only like at the library and on City Hall, so forth. I've been asking for that, haven't seen it, but when you remove that person that's coordinating the transit and you're moving it more into an engineer purview, are we also talking about Miami-Dade County Transit and all the different modalities that come through the city? How is that going to work?
So you actually had 3 positions in your transit area. You had a transit analyst, you had one municipal worker, a full-time employee, and then you had a part-time position. You actually had 2 part-time positions and 1 full-time, and then that 1 part-time ended up being a full-time. That 1 full-time position has stepped up drastically. We recently just had an outreach. He actually managed that outreach function solo. He actually sat in a Kaizen session with Procel and identified where we desperately needed some stops that were proposed to be removed. That's that tribal knowledge, and that's really the empowerment of really asking your team to step up, right? He was a part-timer, but he really understands the transit because he rides it, he lives in the city, and he knows where all the high schools are. So he was not going to allow someone else to kind of come in and dictate and say, here's where things need to be, right? There's the tribal knowledge and then there's the data, right? And both of them have to work hand in hand to really get us to where we need to go. So have we removed employees or functions within transit that is necessary? Absolutely not. You have 1.5 labor resources there right now that does the advertisements, that does the communication with the residents, and they were actually at the outreach actually showing where the stops are, where they'll be moving. So you have that hands-on approach. Your part-timer, she rides on the trolleys. She's hands-on with the communication parts with the folks who really are not that technically savvy. That's her function, right? And then the other one, he works on the function of the more, how do we work with communications? How do we get the shelters back up now that we have routes? And so that's that person. And then on the engineering aspect, there's always the data-driven part of it, which is if we're talking about really truly optimizing, and we're talking about the data piece of it, it has to be someone to that technical, who has that technical experience to really look at now those numbers and really look at where do we sit, such as Commissioner Smith, you recently asked, 5:30 to 7:30. I want to know what those numbers look like. What is it trending like? You know, is that something we need to consider evaluating? That's where that's more of an engineering analytical function, right? And so it's really aligning those key functions to the right person that can really get you the results and answer those questions for you. I think we're asking a lot of good questions. We just needed the right positions to ensure that those questions get answered. Yeah.
And through the mayor, because I wrote my questions down, but she already started by asking something about transport. So I like to just ask these couple things while we've been interrupted.
I'm okay with that. I don't know about.
So, first place, why are we only studying in the accessibility and the usability of the trolley in Highland Village? Why aren't we studying it in Pickwick and in all the other areas?
Well, that was really what I was saying.
Well, that's why I'm following up. I mean, it's right here on the page. That's what your study is, but I think it needs to be in every area.
I don't know which page you're reading. This presentation?
I'm reading, it doesn't have, as I said, a page number, but right here, it says real-time trolley tracking, enhancing the accessibility and usability of the trolley system.
Oh, that's the mobile device. So the mobile device, that's the mobile device. That's not the study of the data. Yeah, there's a mobile device that Procel is launching October 1st that couples all of the transportation options for a rider. So they'll be able to see Miami-Dade, they'll be able to see they'll be able to see the Procel shuttle services. That app gives them real-time first point of where they'll get picked up or where they pick up the ride to final destination. Okay. And it shows them all of the mobility options to get there. That's what that is.
We need that on everything. And it says right now up there, 3 trolley replacement, but we're not going to have the trolleys at the end of their contract. They get to keep their trolleys. We're not replacing them. Those trolleys are going to belong to us when their contract's up?
Yeah.
Okay, that's good to know.
And their buses.
The buses.
Yeah. So it's important to note that the shuttle.
Okay, well, we're calling it the trolley.
A rose by any other name is still a rose.
Okay, so, and the other thing is, does the company with our $9 million contract, do they do the maintenance and repair, or North Miami Beach does maintenance and repair?
No, they do maintenance and repair.
Actual vehicles.
They do maintenance and repair of the.
So ours is only the shelters.
Yeah, we do the shelters.
So are the bus benches that have been in the storage going to come out?
Yes, we're working on that now. That's actually coming soon to a discussion. Yes.
They've only been
now that we have a go forward plan for October 1st, and we know where some of those stops will be moving to, because that's a predecessor really of installation.
Just make sure somebody sits on them so they're still working.
All right, public. Is there because I know we're stuck on time. We're for 9 o'clock. Public. Is there?
I'm going through the divisions. That's.
I didn't stop her.
Oh no, I'm just saying, like, if
let me do this.
Are there
anything?
Are there any pertinent parts? I know we have the presentation, but are there any other?
They're all important.
No, pertinent. I'm not saying they're not all important, but just for the time, time that we currently have, is there anything that you want to fast forward to specifically and to summarize real quick?
Not necessarily. I can brush over each one because I think all of them are important. I'll go a little faster if that's what you're asking me to do, but. Answering questions, yeah.
I'm not asking, but you were bringing it up. I was just going to say that for the sake of time, if the commission wanted, if there were any questions regarding public works in general, we can get there without finishing the presentation, or we can let the the director brush on all items.
Matt, no, that's not the. No, we have 6 more, and that's
6 more
We
departments?
got four more.
we have 6 more. That's the thing. Four more departments, right? We have 4 more departments. That's why, like, we're looking at the time.
Well, maybe we could do 2 and then finish the other ones.
Okay. Director. So if you can just speed it along, and if we have any, and we'll hold the questions for right after. So please go ahead, please.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Beautification, fiscal year 26, ask is 2.7 mil in the beautification budget. We've laid out in your presentation what the staff looks like, but the only important, well, everything is important, but I'd just like to call out that we are walking into our centennial celebration. And so the 163rd Street beautification in Hanford is a partnership with CRA, right? And so that falls underneath there. There's some efforts there for that. Solid waste. No change for solid waste, but just a $6 million budget here. We're not doing any labor changes or anything like that. The only thing that I'd like to call out here is, as you see a few different logos here. One of the big projects that we're going to move forward with is the illegal dumping task force. We've already started working with police department on those cameras. It's going to be really going after introducing some fees to beef up our ordinance a little bit more. So you'll see my face here asking for that. And then we've already started working with other municipalities. We're benchmarking their operation, how they've kicked off their task force. We believe that's going to be a win for the city. Stormwater. Help. We don't have enough people in our stormwater division. I'm just going to say help. You can kind of see how many people we have. We are walking into a master plan that is 5 years old. In the budget, we're asking that we really focus on putting some money in the budget for stormwater. And yes, I forgot to also mention for solid waste rate study. We need a rate study. We desperately need a rate study for solid waste, and we need a rate study for stormwater. Your rates are not supporting your operational costs, in a nutshell.
How is litter picking in stormwater and beautification? Where is the correlation between those two?
Oh, that's a big correlation. So in your NPDS, your number one reason why you have to do litter picking is because that is a report that we have to generate that affects your storm drainage. If you remember, I think it was a year ago or 2 years ago, there was that small little increase that went into making sure that we fund the litter picking activity. Because
So
your
I'm
storm
saying,
drainage.
like, what position does that in stormwater, and how many people do that in stormwater, and how many people do that?
It's only just one position
Just
that paid
one?
for, just one.
Wow.
That little increase, that's one person.
How many do the litter picking in the beautification part?
Oh, in total, you have about 4. No, for 5 square mile city, you don't.
All right. So
Yeah, you don't.
understood.
And that's why the chart, when you can see the number of litter picking, illegal dumping activity, when you start correlating that, the number of people you have.
Well, this is a direct place where we need more.
So we're looking for the. This is a budget that you have to create to make sure that we're in the right spot. So
You have 3,800 drainage that has to get inspected in the city. You're in a city that's flooding, and you have a master plan that's 5 years old that you have not even started working on anything drainage in. Stormwater has been, it desperately needs attention.
Through the mayor, that's what I'm saying. These are the things that we need to see, that we need more people in
Correct.
those roles. So
Correct.
if you have one municipal worker, 2 there, do you need 2? Do you need? That's the things that we need to kind
are
of.
the recommendations there to staff what's needed? Are you showing us what the current status is, or what you're actually?
This is the current
No,
status.
no, but what are you asking for? That's the question that we're trying to get to. Because how do we get to the answer to those concerns?
So remember, stormwater is one of your more trade-specific areas. So for the work that, we're talking about capital work. For your inspections, you probably need another 4. But for your actual capital 10-year master plan implementation, that's more that's more contract work. That's what that is. That's more CIP. We'll have that conversation on the 26th.
Mr. Mayor, Commission, to your point, we've heard you about beautification, litter picking, and additional positions that it may require.
Okay.
Okay?
So any more slides or?
You didn't realize public work was this big?
No, I understand. No.
I don't think you realize how
To
big
be
public
clear,
works
I'm not going to make that same. Look,
Oh, wait,
every
let me help.
This is very important.
every department is
Elaine,
important.
if you had a sheet that showed us each department on a spreadsheet, I guess, that has X amount of employees.
And the need?
They need 2, they need 4, they need 6, they need whatever. I think that's what would go over better.
Well, so
For us, you're doing a beautiful presentation. Don't get me wrong. You spent a lot of time on it. We thank you. But I think what we're looking for is,
What do we
all
need to
are you
fix?
getting satisfied by this budget, or
do we
what
need
do
to?
you need?
Yeah. So we're looking for the answer to that need. I understand where we are, but you know what the problem is. It's a problem that we have to mitigate. How do we get to fixing the problem? So if that can,
Also, we're,
yeah, we can. So in the closing on, let me let Commissioner Florimon say his comments, so we can go to the next department. Go ahead, Commissioner Florimon.
I can imagine.
Oh my gosh.
I didn't even give my intro
No.
to my statement.
I'm done.
Well,
Go to your statement and forget the
just
intro.
forget the intro and go to the statement. Okay. So, no, I could just imagine her practicing over and over the last couple of weeks just for today, you know. But I can see the presentation. There's a lot of, thought and process put into this presentation. And this is perhaps, other than PD, our biggest department, right?
Yes.
So
Yes.
everything that we see that's happening infrastructure-wise, trees being, cut, all of that stuff, it all
Keeping the
is
city clean.
it's all public
very
works.
clear, that's a priority.
So it's a very, I want the copy of that presentation if I don't already have it.
You have it in the book.
It's okay. Well, thank you.
It just
Commissioner.
needs to be numbered next time.
And I want to review, if you don't have enough time to go over it, I'd like to review it separately with you because I think it's a very important presentation.
Thank
Especially as we, come into our next workshop, we can have better questions prepared for you. But I do agree. We want to know where we can help you most.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
So
Without going through the rest of the slide,
Yes,
where I would like some assistance is, we'd like to bring in a senior fiscal analyst in fiscal year '26. We'd like you to fund the rate study for the stormwater
Right.
and for solid waste. We'd like for you to approve the restructure that we've proposed for these positions, which is underneath the ceiling.
Does the restructure include new positions and how many? Pertaining to beautification and
It's no new
stormwater.
positions, it's just restructuring the positions,
Making it more
and renaming them.
efficient, making it more-
Actually, Commissioner, she was restructuring to align for better functionality and what was needed with current. So she actually reduced
No, I
positions
understand her
to
standpoint, because
restructure what she needed.
You have-
Now, we will look into getting the direction and hearing from the commission, the additional needs that we're all looking for and that we're all talking about with beautification, stormwater needs, or anything public works, because public works is a big division and department, and it is one of the obviously all important. I want to get that
It's always
into that
all
trap with
departments are
the mayor, but it is one of the most visible and one of those departments that you actually see.
and get called for on a
Be-
constant
be-
basis.
because the residents see public works and what they're doing or what they're not doing.
Exactly.
Not in internal service, not in the finance, not in procurement, but this is actual visual to the public.
Mr. Mayor, if I could say, number one, all the presentations were presented that way, where they showed us what their accomplishments were, what they showed them what their departments are like. And so that took up a lot of each one of the presentations rather than get to the meat that we're here for, which is to make the budget something that is come back, as the mayor keeps saying, we have 3 more times we're going to meet, but if we don't start it now, when we meet again, it's going to be the same thing.
Correct.
The thing I want to say is your department to me is what the public is talking about. If we don't have your department under control, and we don't have the trees trimmed, and we don't have, so what your needs are, if we don't have time to go over individually, please sit with the manager.
Of course.
And let us support it with the changes the next time we come to the meeting. Because that's the key to showing North Miami Beach the beautification that we want, especially for the Centennial. And especially for people that can't afford, between their taxes, their electric, their water, everything they can't afford it. Could they see something with their money? I think it's one of the most important.
Commissioner Smuggler, final thought?
Yes, so you had me at, the work was done by staff internally down there. That is amazing. And, you know, that's how it used to be done in the good old days. Like, we had staff that would
Yeah.
paint and fix, and we never called out anybody for repairs. So thank you so much, and I really appreciate your presentation, and I got to see another side of you that I really appreciate. You did an amazing job. And since I'm talking about how wonderful it is and how you're showing off how it was done internally, maybe they can take that staircase here that's like peeling and falling apart and painted. That would be something.
Facilities is already talking about potentially upgrading the stairwell. Well, not potentially. Potentially. Everything comes down to funding and what's most important. But if there's a need and it's dilapidated and whatever, but I'm sure we can slap a fresh coat of paint to make the place look better.
The railings, the
I understand.
non-slip paint on the
Understood.
Thank you, Commissioner Smuggler. 30 seconds for Commissioner John. Then
I wanted to commend you for the amazing presentation. You made two points that I wanted to highlight. The fact that the departments like finance and procurement, all the mainstream of those processes delay your effectiveness. And I think that's something that the management needs to address, because oftentimes you're hearing procurement is holding up, finance is holding it up. You guys need to address that as well. 30 seconds, Commissioner Sue.
Thank you. So currently, you said you're budgeting for 70 employees, right?
70.
What do we have currently?
72. It's on, it's actually up on here, but there you go.
Yes. So you
There
currently
you go.
have 72.
Yep, we've restructured, yeah.
Okay. When you talked about KPIs earlier, were you thinking of like square footage of what you're going to service or build out, or the number of like the CIP, CPIs, like, you know what I mean? Like all the programs. How are
All
you
of the above.
measuring? How are you measuring your achievements and stuff?
So we're measuring achievement based on our goals. And so when we walk into fiscal year 26, we have measurables in terms, so if we want to talk about CIP, we're going to talk about that on the 26th, but for instance, for CIP, it would be how many projects would have been studied that we have slated to be studied by the end of the fiscal year, and we measure our success rate against that, right? And then what are the constraints that may have hindered that? There are some things that are controllable, some things that are not controllable, such as we know that there were some traffic calming projects that were delayed for 7 months, right?
Yeah.
And we talked about that during our budget retreat as to, what do we do to mitigate that so that the next cycle of traffic calming projects don't take that hit. So those are the ways that we improve our performance based on really understanding what the data is telling us are our constraints that affects our performance. And so that's just for CIP. For our road resurfacing, for instance, we just completed, as you know, the WGI just completed the assessment for the entire city. We have a roadmap of, from what streets are worstly damaged than others, right? And we also know what the completion rate is, for our contractors. And so that's how we're measuring ourselves. How many of those streets within the budgeted amount that is allocated? So whatever you approve is what's really going to determine how many we can get done. And that's our KPIs.
Right.
How
No,
much
I'm
of
also
that over
thinking
the
of,
year we
how we could, like, for example, like square footage maintenance that you've done, or like the roof, the leaks that we have in City Hall, and I think across the street also has quite a bit of that, right? All of these things, like, I just want to make sure that you budget for them so that, when it comes time to that maintenance, like, we're not leaking in City Hall and, everything is kind of like running smoothly.
Yeah, there's some metrics that we have to fall back on. We can't say we want to do 3 buildings. We want to do 2 buildings. As we saw with the HR office space, when we opened the walls, it was a total different situation at that point. We were delayed another year, right? And so we are mindful of those things as we collect the data.
Thank you, Commissioner Sue. Final thought. Thank you. Okay, Vice Mayor.
You said infield reclassification.
Infield?
That you do that. When somebody is not doing what they're supposed to, you try to put the job to be what they are and so on and so forth. We have a bunch of employees, if you could try to figure out how to get to all the way down the line, that people are more than qualified for what they're doing and need to be reclassified, that we're not reclassified.
That's exactly what we're doing. That's exactly what we're doing.
Okay,
You know,
need
we
that.
have talent that is just sitting there, just waiting for an opportunity to step up.
To
Correct.
the vice mayor point, I close off. Please, we got to do a better job with HR and this particular department. That needs to be resolved. We shouldn't be having any holdups. I've heard a lot of complaints. Please mitigate that as soon as possible because that holds up this department from moving forward. Last but not least, you know, I don't know if this was brought up during discussion, how, you know, a mistake that was done on a contractor from a water standpoint was being blamed on our own Public Works Department when they should have resolved it. That needs to be mitigated. I know that Commissioner Smucker is working on mitigating that as soon as possible with possible legislation. It's on discussion. But like, you know, whatever, I just don't, like the community, as Commissioner Smucker pointed out, sees this department more than anybody else in regards to actually doing work and cleaning up the streets and making sure the projects get done. I don't want needless blame to be put on our team where somebody else's division was responsible or a contractor was responsible where you guys had nothing to do with it. And we have a very vocal group in a particular neighborhood, but they're very rightly so to their frustration that things have to be done the right way. And if we have to sue, we got to sue. But like, it shouldn't be held up to your department for the frustration that they're feeling. So I just want to make that very clear.
Thank you.
I think we're all in that.
I agree with you, and I think going back to the point of procurement and legal, because if a vendor
And
comes
HR,
in,
and HR too.
and HR,
And
so
HR.
it's not the operating department; it's departments that are supposed to have those metrics
To help you guys do your job.
It's
So that being said, thank you so very much, Director. Who's
Thank
next
you
up?
very much. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Just the last page. The last page. The difference is about 500,000, 400,000.
You got to get Parks.
The
Is that what you're
restructuring?
asking for?
You got it?
We're actually underneath. We're actually lower than last year's budget. We restructured.
Yeah, when you restructure though, you're asking for an additional 6,700,000 to 7,191,000.
I don't know which slide.
Is that correct?
What slide are you looking at?
500,000.
FY 2020 previous year budget.
Fiscal year 24-25, our budget was
It's actually reduced.
24,172,000. We reduced.
It's reduced.
Yes,
There's no additional.
we actually reduced.
So
Okay, but I'm looking at this page here. Am I on the wrong department? Here, performance measurements and,
I don't know what that is.
okay, wrong department. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next up.
thank you,
Parks.
Colleen. Thank you for amazing job. Thank you so much. Parks.
Who's next? Parks, right?
Parks, Ian, I'm going to have you skip what the commission said, I don't want to call it the fluff, the accomplishments and
can
stuff
we
like
just get
that.
to what's-
We're going to
Potatoes.
go right to your requests.
Absolutely. I just hope to get some love from the
There
mayor.
you go. I told you I was going to get it. He's the first part of it, too. I got to text him Chris already. So, all right, go.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commission, staff, everyone in the building. Thank you again for having me. I'm here to present fiscal year 26 budget presentation. Through my presentation, I'll be brief as fast as possible. We want to go over quickly department overview, some key accomplishments or performance measures for fiscal year 26, budget comparisons between current fiscal year and fiscal year 26, and then finally fiscal year 26 and where we're going towards the future. So as the Parks and Recs Department, we are, sorry. No, you want me to slow it down a little bit? I'm sorry. I'm just trying to move.
Understand the department overview.
Okay.
The question is that what's from the meat and potatoes
Yes.
part of it?
Yes.
What is this? This is it?
No. I'll move down.
What is he requesting? That's what I said. I went to the last page. He wants like 500,000 more. Let's find out what
Just
for.
tell us what you
Does
want.
he want
Yeah.
the money?
Yes, let's hear that. Let's hear that.
Go to your requests. There you go.
Okay, so
All right,
fiscal
please.
year 20.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Parks
meat
Director.
and potatoes. I'll make it quick. Thank you, guys. So for fiscal year 26, our budget requests and some comparison between current fiscal year. So fiscal year 26, our total operational request is $108,370. We were able to realign some of our accounts, meaning we had some reductions for this upcoming fiscal year in the total of $39,566. So for a total net increase for fiscal year 26 of $68,000. Obviously, that does not include cost of living increases and salaries and such. So for fiscal year 25, we had an adopted budget of $6.7 million. As of fiscal year 26, we are requesting close to $7.2 million. So I have a brief summary of our request. We're anticipating a requested increase of $24,500 for our holiday lighting. Now that we're talking about our centennial year, we'd like to expand our display and make sure that we have that community pride in our holiday lighting program. We did listen to the dais, and I know you guys recently mentioned our Valentine's Day event. So that is something that we are bringing back. We are requesting a total amount of $8,000 for that. We're also requesting $7,500 for Comic-Con event. That's something that we've been doing in the past. There's increased costs, so we want to make sure that we help mitigate with that. And then we're also requesting $750 increase for both Veterans Day and Memorial Day events, just to, again, enhance those events. As far as Yes Center After School, we're requesting $600 operational supplies increase, just to kind of mitigate some of the expenses on educational components and just the rise of cost in supplies. As far as our aquatics division, we are requesting an increase of $4,650 for repairs and maintenance to address some of our aging infrastructure in our aquatic centers. And we're also requesting $6,700 in our chemical costs, as we've seen an increase year over year in our chemical expenses based on procurement contracts. Finally, for park maintenance, we do want to make sure that we're beautifying our facilities, and thus we have some requests in our park maintenance division. We are requesting $20,000 for other contractual services, which is more specialized maintenance. We reach out to different vendors and acquire some of their specialized services. And then finally, for our repairs and maintenance, we're requesting $24,550 for deferred maintenance and, again, some of the increased in labor costs. So that kind of sums up our request for fiscal year 26. The rest is kind of where we're going as a division. I can kind of go through this if you'd like. If not, we can kind of move forward. Just some final closing thoughts and some commitments. So we in the Parks Department are committed to building a safer, greener, and more inclusive North Miami Beach, one park, one program, and one experience at a time. And then our message to Mayor and Commission, with your support, we will reimagine recreation, modernize our facilities, and ensure every resident, young and old, has access to safe, beautiful, and inspiring spaces. Together, we're not just maintaining parks, but we're building North Miami Beach. Thank you.
Commissioner Smith.
Okay, real fast. This was the sheet I was looking at. I apologize, but I did see it's an increase of 500,000, which I'm sure with the chemicals going up and with what we're doing for the public, that's a necessity. But how much more would it cost to open our pool for more hours? That's one of the complaints I get all the time is they go there and the pool's not open. Why isn't it open longer hours on holidays, et cetera? So how much more money would you need?
Commissioner, we can look into that, but I want to be wary of and add more money to the budget if you want to do that. I know we get calls from time to time, but the demand if you want to open up for 3 or 4 or 5 people, it costs you X to open up for Y. Does it?
But you've got
make sense?
metrics.
We're working on metrics. We now have things through RecTrack that we can track. But we will look into, just as you're saying, expanding. I know we did this year expand hours. Ian can speak to that, but we can also look to see how we can incrementally increase those hours.
Especially when there's no school and it's beautiful weather. When it's a school day off of school, that pool needs to be open, because for that's very imperative. And then the weekends, we need to make sure it's open on Saturdays and Sundays, and so that I know that we share our pool with the high school, et cetera, and have a lot of programs there, senior programs, but we really have to make sure that, as you say, if the metrics say it's 5 people, that's one thing. But if over the day it comes to 20 or 25 people, that's the public that needs to have the pool open.
Commissioner Florman.
Thank you for being so safe with our children.
Amen.
Thank you.
The holiday lights
Yes, sir.
last year,
Top
man,
notch. Top notch.
amazing,
That was top notch.
amazing.
Thank you.
I thought it was.
Thank you, Commissioner Jean. We appreciate you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner.
But it was top notch. But being me, I was like every block I turn on, I'm always looking for that one. But it was amazing. And so definitely look forward to supporting it again this year. And it starts in parks. That's where it begins, right?
Thank you.
We appreciate your hard work, and we're going to continue to support you. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Smuckler.
No, I appreciate everything that both you and Andy have done over the years for our Parks Department. You've both, over the years, have done an amazing job. Continue to do it, and thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Jean.
Thank you. Nice suit.
Thanks.
I do want to say thank you as well. And one of the things I'm going to ask is for, what's it called? A promotional deck for parks, like a sponsorship deck. Because when you have things like the senior luncheon, the Hanukkah lighting that you guys amped it up last year, we still need to have, there's a lot of companies that want to, the lighting, the menorah lighting.
It was multicultural.
Multicultural.
Yeah.
But I know you guys helped a lot with getting certain things in place. So having something running where we can constantly go, because, certain 8,000, 7,000, 5,000 here, there's companies that are willing to partner with us in those ways. It's just that sometimes as commissioners, we don't have the marketing material that we can share with those groups. And I do like what Commissioner Smith said about, if it's anything pertaining to the public, we have to have those, we have to champion those things. So the pool is definitely something that I would say. And kudos on the social media, because you guys are like blowing it out the water. So it's really good. Love that.
One lives here.
One lives here.
One lives here.
Thank you, Commissioner. We'll definitely look into that. Thank you very much.
That was fun to do.
Commissioner Sue.
Thank you. Parks is doing a wonderful job. I think these events should be aimed for sponsorship that I'm seeing, like whether it be Valentine's Day or Comic-Con. Okay, that's what I think, like what she was saying, like I totally agree with that. I think that we should aim at having, I always say this, the city should be run like a business, not to make a profit off of the residents, but to make a profit to pay back the residents. Okay, so that's the goal. And you don't see a restaurant opening only on Mondays and Wednesdays and not on Thursdays and Fridays, and you know what I mean? You think of a restaurant, it's open every day. It's open at the same time. You know exactly what you're getting into, when you're gonna go there, and you know when it's gonna close. And that is how our pools, our parks should all work, right? Including the library. We haven't gotten to that. That's gonna be another conversation. But I think that if you have that predictability, you would have like really consistent group of people coming in. And then like, of course, like, if they're residents. Now, I'm going to have a little thing about somebody was having a conversation about coming to the pool and being carded, okay, and not being enough. They needed to bring a utility bill. When I'm bringing, if I had kids, which I don't, if I were to bring the kids over, I'm not thinking about bringing my utility bill over to prove that I live in North Miami Beach,
Understood.
right? I'm proposing,
What? Yeah,
that's great, but I mean, if it's announced ahead of time, that's fine. Wait, hang on. I was a resident of Sunny Isles for a brief year. So what they did was they had you bring in, if you were, excuse me, thank you. If we had, if you have a rental, you have a rental agreement, you send it in, and you get a resident card. If you live here and you're homesteaded, you're there, you come in and you get a resident card. So all the events in Sunny Isles, if you go in there and you don't have a resident card, it's $10.
Absolutely.
Right? So I think there's something that the manager should look into, as into how we can actually standardize this situation so our residents have a great card with a 100-year logo on it. I don't know, something. So, that's something that I think we should do. And then like that would go, like it would give special privileges everywhere, including when they do that book bag giveaway that we're going to do next week. All right. I think I have,
Thank you, Commissioner.
no, that's it. Thank you.
Believe you me, there's one commissioner on here has always been saying our residents have to always come first. I like she's made that very clear.
Well, that's what we're here for.
Absolutely.
And I'm on the same page. But like, and so that's why when it was brought up to and plus we also have to understand like the fees to get in for non-residents. What's the amount for the pool?
So the pool, non-residents, it's very minimal. It's $2, $2.50, and $3.
And
That's what it is.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, is it cash or?
Well, no, not now. So now because we have RecTrack, we also take card. We take card. We take swipe. Yeah. So you can definitely.
What's the name of the swimming pool where that has the caves in Coral Gables? I think it's in
The Venetian.
Venetian pool.
$19 or
Yeah.
$17 to go there now
So
per person.
Again, our fees are very minimal, and then we do for residents we do waive certain fees for pool access.
I think we all got that same email, and we all, at least I spoke to the manager about it and sent it to staff about that. And I think that that's something that was pointed out that needs a correction for sure.
I think also, I mean, like, since we're all very gung-ho about getting kids to swim, maybe the kids are free, and then the parents pay. You know what I mean? And that way, or a certain age, a certain age. Right.
That's
But what is
the
the
way.
age cutoff? What is,
17 years old.
okay,
Yeah.
yeah, that's good. 17, I haven't learned to swim.
Vice Mayor.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Appreciate that you stepped up and what you're doing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Know how hard it is.
Oh yeah.
You just had the hardest summer, the hottest summer. And, whenever we need something, the farm is there, and I do appreciate it, so thank you.
Thank you.
Fine.
May I, Mr. Mayor?
Commissioner Florimon. Commissioner Florimon. I didn't say Bishop.
All right.
I said Commissioner.
So something came up to mind, the Cohen Bridge.
Okay.
It's between Challenger Park and.
The plaque,
No one right there about
the blue,
Correct.
Okay.
putting a plaque there.
Yeah,
Yes.
so we need to put a plaque I think on both sides. They're missing. And also would all the signs be under parks as well, or is that Public Works?
Public Works, no?
Depends on
The neighborhood signs.
neighborhood signs is Public Works.
That's Public Works.
Yeah.
Okay, so if because I know we were kind of moving Public Works a bit fast,
We're coming back.
so hopefully we can answer that question in the next workshop.
Plaque for what?
No, the different neighborhoods.
They're working on that
he was saying
currently. Just, I mean, I want to bring it up, you guys, but I know we had a meeting last week.
Logo on each sign.
We're looking at replacing the neighborhood signs that you come in, welcome to, whatever that is. Looking at designs to replace those because they're obviously running down and very old.
But that's going to be on for this budget cycle that we're going to see that get.
Working on, we have, I believe, some money this fiscal year that we're going to be starting, and some additional funds next fiscal year.
Okay, but for parks, that Cohen Bridge is super important because you'd be surprised how many people are, and there's a big blue monument, but there's no plaque on there.
Yeah.
And I think on the other side of it, there's like two monuments that are smaller, and maybe one of them has a plaque and the other one doesn't. So just take a look into that.
Understood. Thank you.
There'll be a plaque within a month.
Final point.
Thank you.
I did reach out to you guys. We got to do that online. There's an online system. What you guys I've actually looked into. It's an Airbnb type of system where you because for a long time you would have to come in here and do like a paper receipt or whatever to try to like lock down the like certain aspects of our Parks and Rec. This particular program can do like online. You can find out what's available. You can pay with your card and then do it that way. I'm looking forward to that particular thing being utilized. Also,
You got to become electronic.
no, we got to. Last but not least, please, we got to do something with our theater. We need the design build. We need a design amount on there because a lot of times when it comes to like the grants that we can avail ourselves to, and believe me, there's a lot of grants out there. We have to have we have to be shovel ready.
That'll be a CIP. Yeah, that'll be part of the CIP conversation.
Thank you so very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
We have a grant person, don't we?
When we're talking, he's talking things have to be shovel ready to get some of these grants, and he's talking about design of the theater.
Have the plan so they can be shovel
But
ready.
that'll be in the CIP discussion.
Thank you so very much. Who's up next? IT?
Thank you.
Oh, IT should be easy. So listen. Oh wait, Commissioner Smuckler.
Before IT starts, so we get a lot of complaints that people can't hear us, that we're not, and is it possible like to get like bigger,
Microphone? I got mic'd up.
no, not mic'd up, but to make these bigger or something so that the people in the audience and on TV can hear us better?
We'll look into it. Most of the time is we have to make sure that we project our
Well,
voice
yeah, but-
towards the microphone, because
So I agree, but this microphone is kind of little, so I just wonder if a bigger microphone would help us project better, maybe? I don't know.
Sue was saying she couldn't hear me tonight, and I'm right here. I have to go here.
Right, you've gotten complaints, right?
We always get, yes.
Yeah.
Put a headset on.
Hello? Hello? I'll be here.
We had headsets during
I'm only
Zoom.
kidding.
Yes, we did.
No,
Yeah, we did.
We had headsets during Zoom.
Yes, IT, if you
Wait.
can be brief,
No,
please.
sir.
Tell us
yes,
what you need.
I only have like 5 slides.
Go ahead, IT.
Good evening, Mayor and Commission. Ricardo Castillo, Chief Information Officer. Like I said, I'm going to be very
See the
brief.
last one?
I just have a quick, and I don't know why it looks superimposed, but just want to give you some brief information. This year, our budget was $6,186,108. For FY26, we're requesting $6,635,626.
Before you start, I'm sorry, it's come to my attention that the IT and procurement didn't make the binder. So
It's only 5. It's 5 slides, right?
Yeah, it's fine.
yeah, finance. I mean, they're going up to see if they can print it, and at least you have it.
Why don't we just send it?
Yeah, you can.
Oh, okay. We'll email. Yeah, we'll email you the slides. All
Like,
right.
For Commissioner Smith.
Wait, she has email.
We will make sure that everybody gets the
It's not just
the slides.
It's not just now.
All right. So real brief, the IT department, basically, there's 4 main areas for us, administrative and AV support, public safety IT, which consists of 3 dedicated IT personnel we have at our police department, application support, and network and system support. Like I said, our ask for next year is $6,635,626. This was this year's allocation. As you can see, it hasn't changed much from FY25 to our ask on FY26, but the bulk of the expenditure in IT is software and subscriptions.
Software upgrades.
So just so that you guys understand how our budget works, and then the rest is other services as well as other operating expenses. Some of the key accomplishments this year, we did a refresh of our network infrastructure citywide. We've been deploying some AI tools for our website as well as for city management. We transitioned our phone system to a cloud-based phone system. We continue to work with NMB Water on implementation of a new utility billing system. We developed the city's first incident response plan, and we're working on increasing our training and cybersecurity efforts citywide, in addition to also collaborating with the other departments. Our goals for FY25, 26 and beyond is continuing to build on what we've already implemented with our ERP system with Munis, strengthening cybersecurity, looking at cloud and how we can migrate some of these systems to cloud, provide more end user training and support, implement AI tools to improve other cities' departments' operational efficiency, increase IT's participation and collaboration with various departments, including NMB Water, seeing how we can reduce our telecommunications and software expenses through consolidation of services citywide, succession and realignment of team roles in IT to ensure that we have proper business continuity, and establishing a formal IT governance committee. Highlights, like I said, what we're requesting is approximately a 7% from prior year budget of $6,186,108. The primary drivers for the increase are personnel expenses, merit and COLA. We had some additional software expenditures this fiscal that are going to be reoccurring for next fiscal, and those were our Ring Central Cloud phone system, our floodplain management system, and our OpenGov system for procurement. Some of the capital requests, we need to replace our storage system due to the current system already being close to 5 years old. And then the company that we were utilizing for the software, they got acquired and they're increasing their fees by 1,000%. So we're looking for a different solution. Then there's 3 capital requests for the library through IT. Those I believe will be probably in Public Works as well, but since IT is its own fund, we submit our capital requests through the Public Works process, but they get funded in IT. Those are a recording sound booth, exterior LED video wall, and a driving simulator for the library. And basically, this is my last slide. This is just a pledge from our department, which is to ensure that we maintain uninterrupted delivery of IT services, bolster cybersecurity, infrastructure redundancy, and disaster recovery, that we work on talent development, not just within IT, but within the city by training and upskilling staff for future roles and technologies, improve workflows and support through system upgrades and automation, improve communications and collaboration with internal departments, and explore new technologies to support smart government. That's it.
I have a question.
Smart cities. Commissioner Jean.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I have a couple questions.
Sure.
So I know we passed the smart city legislation. I wanted to see what areas of the city are smart. So for
What?
Yes, I meant the pun. I meant the pun in there. So for instance, Parks and Recreation for a long time collected their fees, and you guys came on and helped them to operate or to launch that service that they've been paying for years and not using, right? What are some other areas around the city that are similar? So if you can provide something on the next go around that kind of highlights that. I know there's an app for water, there's an app for, there's going to be an app for transit. There's so many different things that we don't necessarily know that are available, even with the Wi-Fi that's available at the different community centers. These are the things that we need to know that you guys are doing. I think it would be a good way for us to kind of also show how progressive the city is. And in addition to that, giving us an update on procurement and the vendor process. I know that was something that we wanted to kind of automate instead of having people have to provide the form with paper and PDF. So I don't know where we are with that, but things like those, I would like to see each department and how you guys have been able to help them mainstream their smart city approach.
Absolutely. So we'll compile a list, working with the different departments and, like you said, the different initiatives that they have, and send that to all of you guys.
Commissioner Smith.
Thank you. So the library lent us their trainer for the computers and their trainer for the smartphone, et cetera. Is there any money in your budget to have a trainer that would teach the public, maybe a monthly meeting? I would be happy to coordinate that the public could come and learn how to use their software so that they could see the social media that we're producing. Okay. Because most of the public that I deal with in the seniors, they don't know how to do it, and they are so appreciative. So we do that in that department?
I did ask for that before. I don't know if you have. He has some of that material already done already. So it's just a matter of us.
But I would like it on a regular basis, because even the young kids can be, involved in et cetera, et cetera. So that's one thing in your budget. The second thing is I have no idea what this question means. None. But the League of Cities just asked us before we come to the summit, to the state convention, that what do we want to see with AI? So do you have anybody in your department that will constantly be updated on AI, and how does it apply to government? I'm sure there's areas where it does apply. And if that question, could you fix it if it doesn't sound right? I know it's something to do with,
I guess that would be me.
I know we need it. We definitely need it, because it's not it's here. It's not coming here, it's here.
Yes.
But I think we need somebody, it would be your department if I would be right, and I think you need somebody there. Do you have that in your budget?
We don't have a person per se in charge of AI. That would be myself as the CIO that been leading these efforts. And then we do have AI tools implemented. I know Commissioner Sue asked not long ago, and we'll probably send that information to all of you guys so that you guys are aware, but we are using AI. There's pretty much an AI tool for everything out there, so we have to be very strategic as to what are the areas that we want to tackle. Obviously, AI can bring a lot of operational efficiencies because it allows us to handle some of those day-to-day tasks without necessarily having to have a staff tied up for that. That way, staff can focus on the bigger items and let AI handle those day-to-day type of questions.
Well, I was kind of kidding that I didn't understand. I do understand, and that's what I was thinking. I was thinking that AI can really help supplement dollar for dollar for employees and manpower that we need if we use it in the right direction.
Absolutely.
But that's why I'm asking you in your department. It would only be you, and if you feel you're going to need somebody more or somebody trained more, do you have it in your budget? Because I don't think it's going to wait another year. I don't think it's going to wait another year.
I'll speak to Finance and City Manager's office and see if we.
Okay.
The answer is currently no. He's doing it a roundabout way, but the answer is no. But we hear you, and we can look at the possibility.
Commissioner Smucker.
So at the library, we teach classes on how to use the phone and all that. So,
But people couldn't get to the library, and that's why the library lent us their people, and we really need a little something in the city.
so this isn't necessarily related to IT, but it just yes, I can speak into the mic. This isn't really IT related, but you made me think of something. And since Commissioner Smith is here, I don't want to call her and get accused of a sunshine for discussing this with her, but here I can. I'm thinking that maybe, and through Procel, and maybe they can sponsor it, that at one of the senior luncheons, that Procel can actually teach the seniors there how to use that new app that they're going to be
Good idea.
featuring.
Well, that's on our schedule to bring them there anyway, to tell them the changes. So when they're there, hopefully they can do that.
Yeah, so that they can teach them how to use, because there'll be an app available so that they can teach someone.
We can set that up. Procel's already there. I'm sure they're more than willing, but we can also let the seniors know in advance that, hey, if you have a mobile device and you use a mobile device, please bring it for this luncheon because we're going to be doing some
And
type of
maybe
showcase
IT
on
is
how
the
to
one.
use it for transportation.
And you have to bring it to the next luncheon and then luncheon after, because most seniors don't get it the first time.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Vice
And
Mayor.
then thank you for the presentation.
Vice Mayor. Vice Mayor.
When you give us a thing that
I don't think your microphone is on.
Sorry. When you give us the proposition that says you need 600,000, your budget's 600,000, is that an acceptable budget to you, or what happens with that? How are we working that?
Good question, Vice Mayor. That budget was vetted. It's all reasonable as well as justifiable in terms of the
So
things they
his
do.
whole budget you've accepted already?
Proposed, I think.
In the proposed
In the
budget
proposed
that you gave
budget,
us?
correct.
Okay, that's what I needed to know.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, everything you're hearing is proposed.
So it's all already been proposed? Yes.
Now they're just getting our thoughts.
Wishing for anything more than what's proposed?
Well, we're only going to be wishing for more when we hear from you all.
We've been bringing
stuff like that.
presentations of
Yeah.
what else we want.
That's
all
why
night.
we're here.
I wanted to make sure that he's telling us that he needs 600,000.
Yes.
And we're giving him 600,000.
Yes, correct.
Commissioner Sue.
Thank you. I was thinking of the same thing, and then Commissioner Smith said it, which is, I think that like I was mentioning before, with our pension growing so much and us being an older city, how can we slowly kind of transition that so that we're not paying pensions into, our grandkids' generation. We're looking at something like along the lines of the IT using technology. I remember I went to the Japanese General Counsel's house, and Lufthansa came and made a presentation. They have these little robots that actually, once they lock eyes with you, it'll follow you around and take you in different directions. Like when people are going on cruises or when they're, going to different places, these computers, and then they have a little screen for people who either are hard of hearing, and they speak in case you're hard of, seeing. So there's a lot of accommodations that can happen with that. If we're
And
exactly, yeah. So what?
Before Skynet comes online.
Okay, we know what generation you're at now. Skynet. Oh my God. Okay. So my point is that I think that if we can find something like that in City Hall, like, oh, can I help you pay your bill, or you know what I mean? Like, and I want to keep all of our employees. Don't take me wrong. Don't get me wrong on this one. But what I'm thinking of is moving into the future that we slowly start to transition that and use that to supplement anything that the natural attrition of employees. So, and I think that there's a lot of that we still can't replace lifeguards with robots. So, those are some things that will always stay around. But I think that there's an excellent way that we can start doing this. And I want to compliment you. If the residents don't know yet, if you go on our City NMB website, you have a chat bot that can tell you all kinds of things just by typing it in. It's on the left-hand side of the column of our website. It's very important. I'd love for communication through the manager to produce a video. And he also has an app for a video, like an AI app for a video that has created the video on how to pay your BTR. So all the advancement that you have made, I kudos.
BTR. Business tax receipts.
BTR, business tax receipts. So there's a teaching how you can do your BTR. Sorry, my accent is a little too heavy. So my accent's a little bit too heavy. I'll talk clearer. So basically, that's a good job. I really want. I invite my colleagues, if they haven't already known about it. It's a lot of fun. So thank you very much, Ricardo, and don't spend too much money.
All right, Commissioner Jean. Okay, so I know we're heading to 9:00 and we only have scheduled 9. I'll say this. For me, I still feel like our website could be a lot more streamlined. There's a lot of stuff going on that website. However, I know it's being worked on. And comms work on upgrading it. What I will say is that to the smart city concept that Commissioner Jean has championed, I've been looking for something that we're doing like city Wi-Fi if possible, partnering up or seeing what the possibilities are and providing that. Those costs can help having Wi-Fi access, bridging that digital divide can help out the most vulnerable people in our community. And a lot of people don't have the data services because of the lack of the fact that Wi-Fi. Yeah, but no, it's been
discontinued.
It's been discontinued. So, and that's why it has there was a program. It was a program that was very big last year. It was discontinued. It wasn't renewed. It was something. It
wasn't funded.
Oh, so that being said, I think the city should look into doing that. Possibly let's say start off in the CRA area. That's a discussion with the CRA, seeing if we can make it fully Wi-Fi and different in the CRA, because I think that a lot of people would utilize it, and we could do advertising on there and say, hey, this is.
May I interject just a little bit? I just wanted to say that the federal government does have these programs. I just posted that to some residents. They give you a free smartphone and unlimited talk and text, including 15 gigabytes of data.
It's the Obama phone.
Great. I'm glad that it has a name. Okay, so the Obama phone is working. They still have the Obama phone around. So if our residents want that, as far as having us do that Wi-Fi system, I think it is wasteful. Our community, we may have communities that need Wi-Fi connection. However, they might not have the devices to connect to that. But if you have these phones that are free and the smartphones, including the data, it's all inclusive. You're all done.
Commissioner Jean.
I wanted to kind of piggyback on what the mayor was saying. with the Wi-Fi, it's an infrastructure thing as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I know you guys have invested in hotspots for the library where
We do
residents
have
can pick
35
up.
hotspots at the library.
So I don't know if that, to the mayor's point, if we can look to increase that, but more so, can you give us some sort of action plan for the infrastructure that's needed for Wi-Fi? So if the infrastructure is, I don't know, what does that look like? We're not techie people, so I don't know how it looks like from an innovation standpoint.
All I know is that the 4G towers are coming up, and there should be some type of like partnership, because those things are it's the towers that are. There's one over by the Sky Lake off of where the bank is, TD Bank. It's somewhere west. That's that's my neighborhood. So, but like these things are propping up, and a lot of times when they get the certain communities that, because they're they want to keep some type of affluence in the communities, have worked out deals to say, hey, if you want to put this tower here, there has to be some type of concession, that type of stuff. So depending on how you want the deals to operate, there's some ways of reducing some costs, but I still feel like those, it's not, as a kid you can't, or students, they don't have that digital divide is serious. Not all of them can apply for the Bible phones, or they're capped at certain what resources are available at least from the federal level. And a lot of those things are being discontinued. A lot of times it was going to be done by not just state but local government. Now that's being taken away. So whatever we can do to at least alleviate some of the burden. And I know those things really affect everybody. Like Wi-Fi access affect everybody. If you can reduce those costs and make it more amenable to or more accessible to residents, they'll see that, because that affects everybody. It's not like just different areas in that sense. So that's why I wanted to put it out there to see what options we have, and to be inclusive of that when helping and making our city even tech savvy. That's
Mr. Mayor,
The free computer?
Well, no. Well, I think that's being. I think some of them are being discontinued too, because
The
for
phone
example,
is not discontinued, Mr.
I'm not
Mayor.
talking about, she was talking about computers.
We're working on expanding outdoors.
I'm talking about the computers.
It's still internet connection.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
it's 9:02 and we have one.
Right,
If we can get through one, procurement. It's a small department. It's the last one. We could go straight to the requests. But if you allow that,
You heard my thoughts.
We can move
Ricardo.
on to
Just
procurement.
please, we can look into
Mr.
that.
CIO,
Of advertising, where didn't we say from 7 to 9?
Yeah. Yes.
Or
Vice
from
Mayor.
5 to 9?
5 to 9.
And could we just congratulate on the wonderful nomination for the Prestige?
Oh yes! Congratulations.
Congratulations.
I mean, just the nomination.
CIO. That being said,
We have great leaders in our city.
so next up there'll be a final department.
Then
Who's up?
Procurement is the last one on
And
today's
procurement
list.
also has an award.
and water.
Wait.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so I misspoke.
If who has the shorter slide? Who has the shorter slide?
Procurement.
Procurement is probably.
Let's do community, and we'll say procurement because
Let's, if I may, we can do procurement. I think they got shafted last year, and I don't know if they got to.
Too important. I
don't wanna rush
it. I don't want to rush procurement.
Community development. Come on, community development. Let's go.
Commissioner Sue. Yes, because everybody had an opportunity to speak. We started late, but everybody had an opportunity to speak. So
We only had started 20 minutes late, but we didn't start the presentations until an hour and a half later.
and also we have to get through these presentations and to go to the meat and potatoes of it all. So a lot of the times I understand we get these presentations above prior to. So like for the following meeting, staff,
Tell my story too.
city manager,
Every time I have a presentation,
I
I'm
will
going to cut
wait.
it out. I never
No.
tell my story.
city manager. So for the next meeting,
Yeah, I'm
can
sorry.
we get, I understand what we are, how we're getting there. Please allow that to be the provide that to us beforehand. But the main discussion should be what's being requested.
Right. We can move straight to
Meat and potatoes.
the meat and potatoes. We can move straight to the requests.
So community development, what are the meat and potatoes for your department? Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the Commission, and Mr. Manager. We are not asking anything new.
Fish and potatoes. Sorry. Go.
We are not asking anything new from what we had previously. Basically, we cut about $350,000 out of our prior budget. So whereas last year we had 2.9 million, now we are asking 2.6. We have the same staffing, and we cut out a lot of private consultants that were, charging us. So that 360,000 has been cut, and we are not asking anything new. But we've got to take a lot of initiatives that we're taking this year. We are going to do a comprehensive plan update. We are doing some, transit-related, projects that will be coming online soon. And we're very excited about the automation that we've done. Our reviews are all automatic now, are online. Payments are being done online. And so we are excited about the coming year.
Thank you.
All
right.
Great job.
Doing a great job. Commissioner Jean, you had one thought?
One thought.
Okay.
I didn't get the email, by the way, manager, about the HVAC, but thank you so much for the great work. I did ask for a breakdown of the BTR fees. So I'm looking forward to seeing how we break it down. I know our ACM also has some ideas of how we can booster up some of those fees in very conservative ways, but I did want to get a response to the email that was sent. Thank you.
We'll be happy to do that.
Commissioner Smith?
I just want to thank you for reducing your budget. Great job, and if we could keep permitting moving quickly so that people won't be dissatisfied as they're just starting their process to build in North NMB.
Thanks to our great IT team, we've got a good automation.
That's what I was going to ask you to partner with.
Yes.
Yeah, why don't you have AI walk them through?
They could. They could. Don't laugh.
Helped us, and we've got a good automation on all our.
You laugh,
divisions.
but you laugh. But you know what? You and my husband won't be lost because it's coming.
Reduced our spend in contracts by doing some volume pricing with cooperatives. And we are doing a kind of an internal shift in our department where we are focusing on strategic sourcing. And when we do that, we are looking at some of the larger scale projects, P3s, some grant management alongside the manager's office in finance, as well as some additional vendor engagement. So this is what our org looks like. These are all my full-time staff. We have some initiatives that we had 3 goals last year, and we've met and exceeded those goals. One of them was to provide innovative digital services, and we've done that through with AI, with our electronic bidding system with Synthesia.
Take it back. Take it back, Vice Mayor.
We have done some mass vendor communication when it comes to our engagement. We have streamlined some Amazon spend, and we're doing that through Munis. That goes live in a month, or less than a month, rather. And then we have, Commissioner John has been on us regarding the online vendor access portal. So we have an SOP for that, and we're going live with that by the end of this month. So that's going to be a big push with our new vendors that come aboard. They'll be able to access their invoices and register. We also established a vendor corner. So if you look on our website, on our page, we have a vendor corner where there's initiatives to become an Amazon Prime vendor, to be a small business enterprise with Miami-Dade County, as well as to learn about providing a good invoice, and we're doing that through AI as well. Another one of our goals was about customer service. And so what we're doing internally is continuing to use AI for videos, SOPs, and some training. And we're also attending trainings around the city and engaging our user departments and in our peers in other cities. And this is helping us with some best practices. And finally,
Yay, yay, yay.
One of our major goals was to earn the 2025 Achievement of Excellence in Procurement. And so we have received this award for the first time since 2008. And that is a major accomplishment.
Congratulations.
Thank you. We'll be getting that award soon. It may come directly to the mayor, and then we'll be able to be recognized. It's how they send it. We'll cross that bridge when we get there.
All right. I'll make sure it goes straight to y'all.
And so
Give it to them here.
Oh, yeah,
at a
well, whatever
commission
y'all
meeting.
told me.
Yeah.
Got it.
And another one of our accomplishments is all of my professional staff are certified. And that has been the first time since, of course, under my leadership, but under the past maybe 4 CPOs, professional staff were not certified. So we have our professional buyers, professional procurement professionals. We have 2 Florida certified contract managers, and in the next, by the end of the calendar year, we'll have an additional contract manager, and we'll have another certified public buyer, and I'll be receiving another certification as well. So this is a major accomplishment for our department and shows that we are working together as a team, and growth does not stop.
Okay.
Thank you. Go back to the budget slide.
Yeah.
I was gonna skip on that.
No. That's
There you go.
potato.
There you go.
That's the meat and potatoes. All right.
Okay, so this is our budget is increasing, not by much. It's mostly head count. I have it says my team there, but I have another person coming on board to fill all our vacancies. So we're promoting from within, and then we're going to fill a vacancy also within the city, and that puts us. Last year we were at 783. That puts us at 835. We have a smaller operating budget. Our contract now are some of our professional services. We have an audit, a P-card audit that happens every month.
All right.
So we definitely have to keep that. And our online systems, our e-procurement is being handled by.
How many P-cards are still being used?
I'm sorry?
How many P-cards are being used?
Less than 60.
Thank you.
So give or take anywhere from 40, actually out and registered are about 60. Used on a monthly basis, it ranges from 35 to 45. And so that's, like I said, that spend is down this year as well.
All right. Questions, Commissioner Smith?
My only question is, you're doing a good job, and I just noticed that you have a robot. Did we hire that robot?
Oh my God.
No, that was our trip. That was our trip to Amazon, the Amazon plant.
I'm just saying.
AI robot.
That's the
I'm
AI
just
robot.
saying.
Take-
I'm just saying. Well, the only thing I can say about procurement is it's very difficult for us, at least for me, to see when does it go through procurement and when does it not go through procurement. So that has nothing to do with the budget, but I'd love to have an appointment with you.
Of course.
Thank you.
Commissioner Flourmont.
A great job, and I also like the fact that I see movement from parks into procurement, which is a great thing when you see your employees who started at entry-level positions now being in these types of positions.
That's
so
my aim.
Yeah, that's a very big deal. So we're here to support you whatever you need. I think that we've had some conversations as it relates to making sure that there's equitable opportunity as well as equitable compensation for people in our city. So I ask that we take a look at all departments, including procurement as well. Thank you.
Commissioner Smuckler.
Thank you for the presentation. It was amazing. It was short and amazing. I've always wanted to ask of this. When you send us those emails that we're in a cone of silence, when that's over, can you send an email letting us know that we're
Yes,
not
and
in
the manager and I had talked about that. So the last email I sent had a list, a report, and I think that's what we're going to be doing on a monthly basis, maybe semi-monthly. And so you know that how the projects are moving in and out of the cone of silence.
right?
And
Even
so-
a reminder
Yes,
that we're still
yes,
in it.
for sure.
Sometimes it'll be 3 years later. I'm like, I don't know if I can talk about
Of
it.
course, so we can definitely implement that for sure.
Yeah, we had that conversation, and she's going to be sending you guys updates of what's in and what's out.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Jean.
Thank you so much. I wanted to congratulate you on all the great accomplishments, and thank you for the vendor process that your team is launching, and also thank you for the upward mobility of staff. My concern is with the volume, because everything filters to procurement. And do you really have enough staff? Because all of the departments depend on you for either quote verification.
Without the gas, they can't go.
So far, When I looked at your flow chart, I realized that you need more people there because it's really your department is not an enterprise procurement model to what Commissioner Mackenzie Florimond said. It's centralized to your department. So that's a concern, and I think that has to be addressed in the budget process. And also salaries, Mr. Manager. You know, we don't want you just look into it. We want you to do something about it. Thank you.
Commissioner Sue.
Thank you. First of all, congratulations on all of your successes that you have. Okay, good. All right. And then thank you for helping me work on the SBE certification with the county. It's very important. So for residents who don't know, you can register yourself and get certified with the county. And of course, like she will also accept your solicitate. We will solicitate from you. Yeah. Okay. Is there when you're adding a new hire? My question to that is that like an entry level so that you are promoting someone to replace, and it's a two-part question. So the part two is, do you, from what we hear from Public Works, and I know when I was on the water, since Andreas Juarez was there, I've always been, we've always had issues with, like having a specialist in procurement in some way. Either they have their own procurement department or we consolidate everything and then, you do yours. Do you have a specialist for that, for Public Works and for Water Department?
Okay, so the first part of the question regarding hiring from the ground level, that has been a preference. So we can move staff up. I steal folks from user departments that are stars and kind of build them and grow them. Now, that has been probably the easiest way to grow the department because the talent isn't comparable to the pay, right? So for instance, if I need an agent that can write a bid, right on the spot day one, I'm looking at $85,000. And so, those are some of the challenges that we have in the market. We put stuff out, we get things back, and they're just not there. Deputy Chief talked about the same thing with police. It's just not there. And so, yes, I could use, another body for sure. We're being strategic in how we do things, and that's where I want to kind of change the department a bit so I can focus on those large scale projects with an analyst or with somebody that can run with me while the day-to-day and operations stay in purchasing and contracting. And then we found some holes in our department like everybody else, so we're trying to mitigate the risk, working with risk, as well as our contract management, which has some major holes. So we're fixing those as we go. So yes, I can stand to have somebody else. The second part of that question was
list for water. Water and
right now we do have a utility purchasing agent. Since Andrea was here, she was really adamant about having someone because of the load. Right. And I agree with that. The problem is to have somebody specialized in water. We don't have a lot of water utilities, but the ones that we do, they come at a pretty penny. So we're grooming that person. They're working now. They've been here for a little less than 6 months. Every other department doesn't have it. And right now we don't have the department segmented where I have one staff member per department. That wouldn't work right now. Everybody kind of gets, I have it segmented by dollar value. So my more senior people can handle the higher dollars with myself, and then some of the lower staff handle the small dollar where it's easier, it's under my authority or the managers. So, we're being strategic in how, one, the personnel is used, and two, how we, reduce and manage spend.
Okay.
Vice Mayor?
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Great job. Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Now, in closing, because Commissioners, I had one. How many people? Go ahead,
How many
Commissioner.
people are you adding to your department?
I would like to add right now just one.
Is that all you need? Because we need to move the city forward, and you're
understand.
essential to this. So we have to.
I'll have a deeper
Vice Mayor's
conversation
point,
with the
we need to know the truth here about what you need.
Really though, just quickly to interject, I think every department, because I think I was the one that said the first thing you see is Public Works. but the police department, and I think every department needs more people. I mean,
Well, it's hard to get more people for the police, though. That's
well, no, not only.
Wait a minute,
But what I'm saying is, look at the task. Wait a minute. Let's look at the task we're asking the manager to do. Be sure to get this, and what do you need, and get this, but don't raise the millage and don't. So let's all.
No. I think the proposal, procurement stated what she needs. I guess we can have discussions moving forward and expressing if there might be a need for that. All I ask as we close this off, because I know we've gone past, is there any way to have a resident preference when it comes to bids that come in?
So right now we have.
Wait, no. Local preference. Oh man, see, contract background.
So right now, we do have legislation that was adopted back in 2022.
I remember.
It honestly, it didn't come through procurement. So we really have to kind of vet it a bit more. But it is for contracts for 250 or more.
That's what I'm saying.
50 and 1,000, I'm sorry.
Okay, so look, one thing I want to be able to do is to say that we're giving every opportunity to businesses that, patronize our community, that are here in our community. If that legislation has to be updated to just to have a preference. I'm not saying that it'll lock that you can't allow this bid or whatever procurement advertising you put out has to go to specific. But
of course.
But I like the fact that I want to give the people that actually pay to our tax base the opportunity to benefit from the opportunities that we're able to give out.
For sure.
So if that can be updated,
yes,
in regards to that, I would greatly appreciate it. And that's something that we have to look into. And last but not least, from a procurement standpoint, congratulations. Also, if you need extra, because it is a department that is not seen, but without them, there's a lot of stuff we cannot do. So please, like I said, the local preference is very important. I want us to really look at how we can help the people that patronize our community first before all else. That being said, but I wanted to be legit.
Right.
Meaning that I'm not looking for virtual offices or anything like that. I'm looking for brick and mortar, like they have a presence.
Of course.
That's what I'm saying. Like their business is here. So
right.
That being said, thank you so very much.
Maybe they have to have a certain years of, like a business license with
of course
2 years.
Those are some
and also I hate this word because of the law school. Reciprocity.
You're not
Reciprocity.
Now, I don't know if this is added, but like if I have, it is very hard to get an SBE certification. But do we have any? What's that R word again? With getting some type of let's say we do have a local preference that can be utilized and getting some type of it'll be a quick way of getting registered depending on if they have a certification from the county already. Do we have that already? Because certain like if I'm a Broward, let's say for example, Broward County has this the R word with Dade County, right? So if you have certification with them, you just got to show that you have certification, and then you got certification on the other side. Do we have that type of relationship currently?
For the county, Miami-Dade County, we don't need that in writing. We can use it, right? We have that relationship where we can use it. The thing about that is we have to establish our own legislation as to how we take on small business, if it's set asides and things of that nature. So to not go around that, but to kind of lean into that, Commissioner Jean and I were talking some months ago about when we rebid some of our solicitations like grounds maintenance and janitorial, we zone it out so we get more of our local participation, smaller firms that can take on that work. So these are things that we're doing. We've changed our terms and conditions to add the SBE language where they can be a part of it. Now, there are some things there, while we don't have the legislation to call it a set aside, to set aside these particular contracts strictly for small business, there are things that we can do to bring them in, right? And so we're doing that in terms of our local plumbers and tradesmen. We're establishing a job type contract for that, as well as logistics when we have events where we want small business business, from balloon makers to caterers and all of the things. But stewardship is our main thing. And so we want to make sure that we're doing it in line with not only the code, but in line to what's going to best suit and serve our residents.
Thank you, Procurement
Sharice,
Director.
bye.
I do have a motion to adjourn. I have a motion. I have a Vice Mayor motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Mr. Manager.